Alright, let's see if we can get our little clock up here. Let's get the clock. Clock in order. Show opera. Show the clock. There we go. Okay, friends. Sorry for the ambush mods. I rushed home, and I think the Wildfire community meeting might be in progress, or may have just started. So, welcome. Excuse me, not Wildfire, Golden. At least they said that it was good. They were going to have some options. Yeah, Bonanza. Wait a second. I was saying it's 7 p.m. What? Wait, no, tomorrow's at 7 p.m. What about this one's? I swear to God, there's a 6 p.m. community meeting. Okay, if I got the wrong hour, I'm gonna be taking the walk of shame back there. Bonanza High School, the 25th. Then was it the flat or no, the Newell? Oh my God, it was the Newell. Okay, guys, I swear to God, I was just testing. Okay, so where is the Newell? That's Wildfire. That's more Wildfire. That's more Wildfire. Where's the Newell? Newell Fire has a Facebook page. Go through my millions of tabs. Siskiyou. Okay. So that's golden. That one's flat. I may just have to make up a new one. How is the sound? Anybody here yet? J-Cat. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you. C-Pro wants to talk to you. He I think he bought a radio based on your advice, or maybe he defied it. I don't know. But how's the audio? Just duplicate this tab. Go to the Newell Fire. Yeah, so this was Olympia Gorge Wildland Fire Information. I swear there's supposed to be a 6 o'clock public meeting. Yeah, InstaWeb, evacuation updates, blah blah blah. This is a summary. Have I gone nuts here? I swear. Yeah. Please bear with me. I still have a mild fever. There's an official page set up. Yeah, Pound Newell Road Fire. And there's official warning update. Okay, so we can watch that. But where's okay? Yeah, if anybody can help me find it. 5 out of 5. Thank you, Chris. Thanks so much. Thomas Adams. Hey, what's up? It's a new little fire. 5-5 Wonderland exit near Shasta Lake. Yikes! I know that area. Luckily, with the lake on the north flank, we are all having a hey Basic J. We are all having a like pre-heart attack, pre-anxiety, whatever you want to call that. That the car fire, Burns car, is prepped and ready to kind of become the next car fire too, and they just didn't salvage log very much, and there's too many standing dead trees on the landscape. It's frightening. John Bruno, the retired fire chief of the Shasta district area, he said that's one of his main concerns right now. So we just gotta fingers cross it. So, okay, I am confused about where is my community meeting. I'm sorry I got stuck in traffic and stuff I had to leave my sick bed to do. And you know what? Watch duty would be the quickest way to know about which community meeting is happening. I really thought it was the Newell Fire. So let's check it out. See. You guys can help me too. Yeah, it says yesterday. Okay, theirs is scheduled for 6 tomorrow. In my fever, did I just screw that up? And it's tomorrow? I mean, usually these fires have a pretty consistent schedule for the public where they have the same time, same bat channel. So, did I rush home for nothing? I could have continued vacuuming my car, you know. Got sap all over it. You guys experiencing the sap menace? Aphids gone wild, basically. But I was like, la 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 la. I went to the car wash and got my free vacuuming, la la la. Oh God, rush home. Okay then. Well, is there one today? Is there one tonight? And this is a good lesson for me to just put these on my calendar. I assumed just I would be live all day and live all day until, boy, I just got slammed sick again. So, all right, let's put this on the calendar. I do not think I can make this tomorrow at 7 p.m. But people should be aware the Golden Fire, and I'm going to put it on my calendar just in case I possibly can. Tomorrow, which is Tuesday, 25th, posted 3 hours ago, so it's fresh info. There's a Golden Fire community meeting, so of course I'm interested. But I can't tag myself as going. Now tomorrow, if there's a 6 p.m. one for a different fire, I don't think I can make that either. So I'm just going to put it on the calendar here. Golden Fire Unity meeting, 7 p.m. And give that a cool blue color, 7 p.m. And where at, though? Like, on Facebook? Where can we view this? I mean, it's at Bonanza Junior and Senior High School. It's quite a small community. So 25th, 7 to 8 p.m. Alright, so we got that one down. Now, Chris says, FYI, that meeting will happen tomorrow morning at 9. Which one? Smitty says there's a fire at Beale Air Force Base that's over 300 acres in size. What's up with Marysville? You know, like yesterday, or a couple days ago, the ice company burned to the ground, which I think was an 1800s building. Yeah, thank you guys for helping me keep track here. And I really should have put it on my calendar, but what did I think? I figured I would just be online day after day with you guys because these are tough days. I'm very sorry. I was out of my mind sick. Let's see, and we will look at Shasta in a second. I was hoping I could do a roundup, watch a community meeting, and then there are some things I've got to attend to tonight. And I need to go to bed early for something special tomorrow. I hope I can attend. So Big Dog says, hey, welcome, by the way. That 56,000 plus acres is the latest on watch duty for the Newell fire. Yeah, I still can't believe this got big. Can you guys? I know it's the gorge and everything, but the reason it got big is they didn't have enough support, enough mutual aid. I mean, even 24 hours later, they didn't have enough support in mutual aid, and they ran out of water with their water trucks. I still find that just so unbelievable. So let's take a look here, and we'll look at Beale. Now the flat fire. Was it the flat fire then that had the meeting today? That's golden. Look at the flat. They have a morning update. Cool, another video, right? It's great. Just updates, operational updates, and some webs. 2 days ago, community meeting. Okay, so I'm just gonna say no. So then let's go check on our there fresh. It's gotta be Golden Fire info. Cool. As of 3 hours ago, one of the level 3 evacs was reduced to 2, which I'm really hoping means that they've got a little bit more confidence that they can save a neighborhood. Southwest portion of the Golden Fire looks like southwest of Bly Mountain. Everything north and east is definitely still under level 3 and in danger, judging by the wind. So this was a morning update. If I got all tizzied over the wrong day, boy, that just shows you how messed up I was. It's not good for me to be live if I'm rolling in a fever. I would hate to give wrong information is worse than no information. So it's really a hard decision to make, but you know, that's the way it is. So let's see. Here's Golden Fire stuff. Right? Okay. Wildfire then. Let's check on it. We'll check some cams. Where's my Curry County is one of the flat fires. No, that's Siskiyou, yeah. Flat fire. Morning update. I guess I just need to put the Newell 7 o'clocker on the calendar. Alright. Check it out. Our dry weather continues. It was really nice and somewhat cool today, but really it was muggy. It was supposed to be a high of 76 or something, but I've got the air conditioning on just because the indoor mugginess is oppressive. And of course my computer is now generating pretty much enough heat that if it were converted to steam, it could probably power Chicago. So, but that's streaming for you. You need hardware. And thank you for your kind donation, guys. You bailed me out again the other day, so I did check PayPal. You're wonderful, and all the people who donated in the chat, I just want to straight off the bat say thank you. You're keeping me going. Refill the gas tank for a bit. Not completely out of the woods, but I'm sure we can continue. So, Microsoft Teams, 6 o'clock. As of 9 a.m. this morning, in Newell Fire, Klickitat County, Washington, 56,000 plus acres. Tomorrow's community meeting will be held in person in Goldendale and virtually on Microsoft Teams. And that's the link right there. Okay, this is all watch duty information. So can I possibly attend this? It's also 6. Okay, no, the golden one is at 7, so this one's at 6. I'm really not sure I'll be able to make either, but I really hope. And also a recording will be posted on Facebook. Okay, so I'm a lot less concerned about breaking my neck for the Newell one, but I'm just dying of curiosity too. I mean, the public needs some answers. Just what happened? Just what happened? Are these deficiencies in support going to be addressed, rectified, remedied, acknowledged? That was one of the most heartbreaking fires I've ever witnessed, just in how easily it could have been arrested, and they got to 99% stopping front forward progress time and time again just to run out of water at 99% and almost doesn't count. That's the way it is. One more water truck in operation, or the one that was broken actually not being broken would have made all the difference. That's just unbelievable. And it goes to show that really tiny insignificant things, things that seem tiny, are major, such as this is a lesson right now to any farming type community, rural community. Strategically place at major intersections some big water tanks, and maybe you can prevent this from happening to your community. We just can't rely on the red tape system, right? Okay, Cheryl says, hey, heavy rain, wind in BC today. Really? Some housing has flooding? Up at the interior has some wind. Oh, man. Oregon 08 says there's a fire in Redding. It looks like the lake will stop it. Yeah, we're about to look at that. Smitty says the bedrock fire, which we briefly glanced at the other night, between Eugene and Bend is now over 3,000 acres and running east. Great. So, but what do you mean running? I mean headed east, because running means like there's a crisis, right? That's the way I would interpret that phrase. So, all right, let's look at that. Let's just one by one look at it. Let's do some roundup. So first, I'm just going to read the basic info from the Newell road fire. That's 40 minutes ago. You know, the fire's at 56,000 plus acres. And for the most part, what I've been looking at is there's a western flank of it that's a big concern, and a northeast one. So 4 hours ago, anonymous users submitted this photograph, which I imagine was taken today. So if we look at, okay, maybe, you know, the camera view thing is just facing the wrong way. If it's not, that really sucks. That means that fire perimeter is expired. We could try to match that up with something like Google Earth and try to figure it out. Some of these gully washes have distinctive shapes. I'm hoping that this is looking the other way and the thing was just, that's incorrect. So Goldendale is still a place for evacuations and all this. Operational updates, we'll look at them. Now I'm going to go and do the roundup, so let's look at what the heck this is. This bedrock fire. 6 hours ago, the last watch duty update was firefighters from the Forest Service and ODF, Oregon Department of Forestry, continue full suppression efforts on this bedrock fire. Extreme fire behavior, which is the worst possible. In windy conditions contributed to growth yesterday, mostly in the west and the south. Infrared mapping estimates fire 3,000 plus acres. A Type 2 team was in briefed yesterday evening and will assume management of the fire tomorrow morning. The cause of the fire is an investigation. Didn't it start in a campground? I think that's probably all we need to know about that. But you know, we can't jump to conclusions. My mind would jump to an out of control campfire or something, but you know, anything can happen. It could be somebody's RV exploded or something. Propane tank leaking somewhere, and you know, so JB was saying something about there was at one point in his career he saw was it Broken Fish? So much heat on a propane tank that the vent blew, the valve blew, so we didn't have a blevy. If you guys don't know what blevy is, BLEVE, look that up, but only if you're, you know, willing to see explosions. Means like usually a compressed gas or oil type of explosion. Whoa. So he said that at one point, one of those two guys said that they just regular heat from a day made it vent, because heat will make the gas expand inside of some tank. And this also smelled, I also kind of suspect this must have been overfilled. I mean, this isn't supposed to happen on an ordinary day. However, they said that once these things start venting, all they need is an open flame, and then boom. So you never know just what heck's going on. Somebody without a sense of smell may have just not closed a valve. But my first guess would be escaped campfire. Okay. So the Forest Service is working closely with Oregon Department of Forestry to fully suppress, and private industry. I imagine the nearest timber company is what that means. Remember, do you hate loggers? Please don't, because almost all of them are volunteer firefighters, and so they drop everything to protect our forests. So it's just another one of those things I want to tell people. The fire is expected to be active again today with continued hot, dry conditions in the forecast in that area. That's a little bit surprising to me. Portland area got some pretty pretty nice reprieve. I mean, it was kind of misty and it sort of not really drizzled, but it spat in a bunch of places around the Portland area today. And really, the high was only 75. A persistent mugginess kind of hung around, but it was overcast. And throughout the day, a kind of a cool, nice breeze was drifting in. So that surprises me. We're going to look at Eugene's forecast. Where is this? Near the Three Sisters Wilderness type area. Oh, that's by Lowell, isn't it? Yeah, Lowell. Okay, I've been there. That's a ghost town that I filmed a long time ago. Got a covered bridge. It's really neat. The town is sunken, you know. So it's not like I scuba dived to the town, but I filmed its neat covered bridge, what they saved before they built the reservoir. All right, so we're going to check that because I'm surprised about that. Yeah, it's a big deal. So this is what we didn't need. It really is what we didn't need. It's going to steal aircraft, blah, blah, blah. Let's check where aircraft is right now. Medford, which is a place. DC-10, Taker 912 is there. Filling up a retardant Medford. I'm sure there's plenty of daylight to make more drops as long as it's not too smoky. Got eyes in the sky. Airplane over by the Newell fire. We will check flight radar 24 in a second. Wow, there's a flurry of activity at that Wonder Fire. Thank God it's bordered up against Shasta Lake. But that only matters if the wind is blowing from the south. We're going to have to check that. So that's at 40 acres. Next to the Bridge Bay Resort Seaplane Base, approximately. This would be a little bit of a higher elevation. We don't have an elevation map, but just knowing what I know about the Shasta area and just, well, you can kind of see it on the satellite map that this is climbed up into the hills, you know. Remember, all these lakes that are artificial, that have these big dams, California's flood control and power generation systems, especially the mega lakes, these are gigantic canyons, you know, carved by Ice Age glacier melt activity and the like. So these are at once deep, deep, deep canyons, and you stick a dam on it, and you got a mega lake, right? You could see the pattern of the canyons. So wherever the lake shore goes, you have a steep climb, usually up to mountaintops, or pretty steep hills. And that's also what makes this plenty difficult. And that's right by I-5. I bet there's tons of Twitter pictures, you know, people driving by. Ah, I've done that before. Yeah. So this reminds me of the weirdest fire I've ever heard of. Spontaneous combustion was somewhere in this vicinity, is sometime after the car fire, or actually probably around 2020. I think I was live streaming at the time, I kid you not. They had a new minor fire, and it wasn't anybody being careless. It was a hay truck, a hay wagon was up on I-5, and as soon as they hit the windy portion, I think crossing the bridge on I-5, the wind hit the hay, and it had some trapped moisture in it, and that had created the chain reaction. Any kind of hay bale with trapped moisture in the center is at risk of spontaneous combustion. So all it needed was oxygen, and basically the truck backdrafted with an open bed truck of baled hay. And that's just one of the weirdest things I've ever heard of, but it's true. Now let's go look at other fires and any concerned guys here in the chat. Hey Desi, how are you? Yeah, Big Dog wants to remind us that PG&E is the biggest culprit of the big mega fires and the town erasers and the killers. That is true. But you know what? It's like there's a bad competition. Other electric companies, it seems like they're trying to catch up to PG&E's record, which is also extremely sad. Okay, Pat Hayden. Hey, welcome everybody. Dude, Pat's the man. He's my first corporate sponsor. You guys, and he's never encouraged me to even promote his business, but I'm going to, dang it, because he's amazing. So if you have any cable needs, ECH Cables over by Hillsboro's Airport. west of Portland. But dude, buy online, dude, and I'm gonna put this in chat. So he's a man giving me tons of support over years, and man, selection, anything you need, better prices than Amazon. He knows his stuff too. You got a computer question, you give him a call, man. And just because he's in here right now, I feel like I wanted to take a moment to embarrass him. There you go. All right, let's continue with our roundup. Um, that's the Newell Road fire. Then the Wonder Fire has its own little watch duty thing now. 28 minutes ago, we had an update. This is now Shasta County. Fire has consumed 40 acres of grass, brush, and timber, burning at a moderate rate of spread. Evacuation warning for Bridge Bay area. There's a good image of the kind of terrain you're dealing with. It's not fun. Not fun terrain. And was it the year before last? The whole Dawn fire with that suspected arson and or bear urine purification fire. Can't make this up. Just Google up the Dawn fire. That's the bear urine fire. In this general vicinity 2 years ago, when the north winds hit, that small tiny fire just grew up into a mega fire and nearly killed dozens of people. Dozens of people got trapped. Firefighters pushed their way into these neighborhoods south of this general vicinity and got people out in the nick of time, but it immolated and burned to the ground just tons of homes in several neighborhoods. The north winds are no joke. They're usually the desert winds coming up off of eastern Oregon, western Nevada. So they're hot, dry, serious. And if you think about the California Valley as kind of like a big bowl, if there's ever a lot of winds that just leave San Francisco, it's almost like a vacuum. And so sometimes you get weird weather phenomenons where they just start sucking air from the deserts, and they plunge over the mountains. And these are the deadliest thing that California can ever deal with. And they can happen. They're called north winds in the summer, and of course you got your Diablo winds in the wintertime, which is they're worse, and they are California's worst. That's why it's California's worst wildfire season. Diablo winds in the Santa Anas from October to January, a seasonal affair, and when they get going, if there's ever a fire, they blow at hurricane force speeds. So those are the ones that erase towns the most often. Even they rush out towards San Francisco, the Diablo winds, and that's what you get happening to the Great Oakland Firestorm historically. Let's take a look at which aircraft is on that fire, and where is my there it is, Flight Radar 24. So currently over DOT we've got up there at the Newell fire in Klickitat, Washington area, we got a Quest Kodiak 100, and that may be a smoke jumper type plane. It's circling. Now it's the kind that a small crew of people could parachute out of, but it could just be unrelated. It could just be eye in the sky, and they rented that kind of aircraft. I've got a filter on for only aircraft below 11,000 feet, which generally helps me see, for the most part, just a bunch of firefighting stuff. Flat fire down there in Curry County. Got a helicopter. Like I said, Tanker 912 is on the ground. Ooh, and the MD-87 is at Medford too. So unknown which one the MD-87 will respond to. I guess I could check. What's its oh, that's a photo. What is its flight history? Because I'm a silver member, thanks to your kind donations, we should be able to see. Where do you click though? Where do you click? Oh, yeah, that takes us to Medford Airport, but more. Playback. Yeah, where's it been today? K Falls. Okay, so it actually went to K Falls, maybe working the golden. We could replay. Yeah. So it was going to the Golden Fire earlier. So thank you for giving me the silver edition of Flight Radar 24. That subscription helps us figure that stuff out really quick. And that's a good sign that the Golden's going to get some good help. These VLATs, these very large aerial tankers, can really turn the tide. They are the big guns that you need to combat the big fires. So down here, I'd imagine they're utilizing smaller aircraft. There's a lead plane. There's a dipping helicopter with a Bambi bucket and Iroquois. Down here at this Wildfire in Shasta. Rockwell, that's an eye in the sky. Sikorsky Firehawk. There's one of California's Firehawks. Now those are pretty slick. I imagine it's one of California's. There's no picture of it, and it would have their livery. There's a couple private ones that have Blackhawk, but I think when they say Firehawk, that's pretty much Cal Fire. So we got turbo trackers, which are your medium-sized, your medium-sized droppers. They're not VLATs, but they're not as small as say the mini air tractors, which are like crop dusters. So looks like they got a really good daisy chain of constant attention to this fire. Now we can find it on the cameras. So I ignored chat for a bit. I'm trying to do a quick roundup for people that don't have a lot of time to watch long streams, right? So, hey Desi, how you doing? So let me look here. Let's see. The Delta Fire 2018, same as the car. Yeah, it was simple. It was similar, I believe. Hey sister, how you doing? Cool. We have a cable guy. Cheers. Yeah, Pat's your cable guy, man. Oh, he used to have the coolest computer store ever. Now he just focuses on the cables, but he still got that knowledge. You still ask him all kinds of stuff. Like, I walked in there one time and I was like, so, what do I need for an HDMI cable? And he's like, well, how much time you got? And I'm like, there's complications? He's like, yep, there's different standards. And I'm like, oh, keeps you from buying the wrong stuff. So he's great. No, he didn't pay me to say that. I'm still embarrassing him. Okay, and B, the Wildfire, which isn't too close to me. Welcome back, by the way. But it's kind of far. I just came on, so I'm trying to look up info. It's pretty new, as far as I know. Smitty says the evacuation point for the Golden Fire is still Bonanza School in Bonanza, Oregon. And I must point out that there's two Bonanza Oregons, but that would be the living town, not the tourist destination gold mine thing. Okay, so and B, Big Dog, Oakland Hills Fire, yeah. Exactly, Big Dog. That was what was tragic. The Diablo winds started blowing, and fire everybody thought was out just got fanned up. And JB, the retired fire chief of the Shasta area right here that we're looking at, he explained to me the other day that eucalyptus trees were a huge factor in that and absolutely made everything worse. Their little papery leaves, which are encrusted with their sap, and their paper-like bark that they constantly shed just builds up and builds up at the base of their tree. They bleed a kind of a kerosene-like sap, what are called a gasoline tree. They just ooze it. You'll see tons of dead birds at the base of every one where they got their beaks glued shut trying to eat insects out of that sap. But these paper-like leaves, the reason Australian bushfires are so dang bad is they just, in high winds, they just rip right off and they go flaming, they're burning and they just go off in the wind. They travel long distances. So he explained that the leaf, the sap encrusted papery leaf buildup in people's gutters especially just made it completely impossible to save neighborhoods and save homes. It gets everywhere, underneath people's decks. And even if you're really good about keeping on top of it, the moment that these high winds hit, more of it just comes right off the tree. And so the bark is even worse. The bark is just like awesome, ready to go kindling. It's papery. It's just constantly sheds it like a lizard shedding its skin, and it's all encrusted with the sap too, like penetrated with an oil. And I'm going to do a reaction video. I've just gotten permission. Just a quick aside. The same year that we got that we had so many horrible fires in 2017 when Santa Rosa burned down. Much of Santa Rosa. Desi, what was the name of that fire? I'm sorry. But the Cascade fire that burned Bangor and Loma Rica, just south of Paradise, that was like a precursor year to another bad year, 2018, where the same Diablo winds picked up again and burned down Paradise, right? So little did I know that also around the world, massive problems were happening in 2017. That was when I woke up to fires. I didn't track much of them back then in my head, and I wasn't doing what I did now. That loss of our family friend galvanized me to just start thinking, how could I make educational videos for the public? There was a call out for that. And I thought, maybe history videos can wait. Maybe I should do some fire education videos in conjunction with local fire departments. Well, then the campfire happened, and my brother was a missing person, and I'm like, oh my God! Not only did PG&E kill my friend with their, fire the year before, they nearly killed my brother. That's it. Okay, that's it. Let's learn everything we can, and this is how the stream came about. First time I ever went live was during that crisis, and I didn't really reach a lot of people. It was more of a support thing. But that was the original genesis of this stream. But unfortunately, I don't think any of it got saved on YouTube. I don't think we can revisit it. I'm not even sure what account I had at the time. But it was rewarding. I got to tell people who came in. They asked me, can you tell me if my house is potentially affected yet? I can't bear to look. So I look for people. Later, when they came out with the damage maps, I told people the status of their building according to the county. And then I realized, I can help people somehow. So, but 2017, the reaction video was when one of my favorite channels called the Riverside, he covers disasters really respectfully, amazing. Definitely sub if you like to learn about disasters. I mean, it's quite heartbreaking what he covers. But he survived a fire in Portugal in 2017. And they had their own massive problems out there. And I know Australia did, but I wasn't aware that Portugal had it. And guess what? I watched his video about it, his own survival story. And within 5 seconds of watching his video, I went, oh my God, there's so much Scotch broom, Spanish broom, gorse, highly flammable weeds growing up under power lines and such. And lastly, he said eucalyptus forest. And I went, oh, that would be why. So very soon I'll do a reaction video to his thing. But the world over has the same kind of problems. We need to really think about how invasives and very flammable plants are priming our landscape up for these mega fires. In this world of changing climate, having them in a landscape is not an option anymore. But we'll learn our lessons as we go. Yeah, exactly, Desi. Eucalyptus is a windbreak. Part of what California accidentally did to make California more flammable over the centuries is cut down oak trees, which are fire resistant. Because eucalyptus grows so fast, they're usually the first choice for windbreaks, like right next to freeways and highways, right? Highway 99 is like that, and you leave south of Marysville, and you've got good examples of this. Well, oaks grow slowly, but please get them back. What they did was, instead of creating the freeways and highways as a good fire break, they destroyed their ability to be a fire break. They're now this dot of highly flammable eucalyptus shedding their leaves all over the place meant that parallel to the highways and freeways, firefighters have a nightmare of on fire gasoline trees. So there's a lot we can do. City ordinances, right? CalDOT, whatever, Cal Department of Transportation. We can change a lot. There's really good hope for really simple solutions. So that's our look at Shasta. Now, I don't see, okay, I have to back up first. We're going to look at Shasta's and all the weather affecting these fires in a minute. So this one is, by Beale, is called the Schneider Grade fire. That's got to be a road. 305 acres 5 hours ago. Smoke no longer visible in the cams. Sweet. That's why it's got a bell with a cross through it. It's even though I'm subscribed to notifications for every county, especially down there by where I used to live, they usually kind of turn these off if the fire is pretty much considered a done deal. So, yes. Now, I don't know what the Skyway fire was. Skyway, one of the very few roads out of Paradise. One of the last to remain open as everybody fled during the Great Campfire. So, updated 3 hours ago, the T-93 plane was released. And it was a slow rate of spread sometime 8 hours ago. Great. So it says inactive status. I'm going to say they got it under control real quick. That's what I'm getting out of this. What's this? Steel fire. This is out there. What county would this be? What county would this be? I should know my counties. Desi says, I asked you a question. What was the name of that one with Santa Rosa? Desi says, I was very lucky that I didn't lose anything or have to evacuate, but I'll never forget the smell of the air that day in 2017. Yeah. Same thing here, the Beachy Creek. That was. I hope my mom's neighborhood never smells like that again. Okay. Oh yeah, Brad P says sudden oak death syndrome is one reason for mowing down the oaks. That's a fascinating thing I did not know about. That yikes. So that's something I definitely got to research. So thank you for telling me about that. That's something I have not heard about. Why do all the bad trees like eucalyptus and Douglas fir just survive when the others are so dang fragile? We now have the emerald ash borer in Oregon, and this is a major, major problem. Like, stop the presses. Sad. Like, not only are a whole bunch of new dead trees going to be all over the landscape, including parks and hanging over people's homes, making them more prone to fire, but the emerald ash borer, they said, we just collected seeds for a year. It showed up in your forest grove. It's now spreading throughout Washington County. It's probably in others by now. I may have seen a couple of trees near Portland dead from it. I can't confirm. I'm going to call APHIS. They're the guys with the U.S. Department of Agriculture that usually tries to deal with this and try to get a confirmation that it's in Multnomah County. But the emerald ash borer means we're probably going to lose every single ash tree in the entire state of Oregon. And it may just spread to the other states too. They don't think they can get a hold of it. Sudden oak death syndrome. Most of the oaks I've ever seen in the foothills of California, even the last couple of years, seem to be fine. But I wonder if was it a past disease that made them do this? A lot of the oaks survived the Paradise fire and came back later. They look completely dead. And then like 2 years later, I drive back through the area and they're green again like nothing happened. Okay, so, oh God, Desi says at Santa Rosa they rebuilt anyway rather than focus on progressive building and helping others who are homeless. They chose to focus on tourism and rebuilding. That you're talking about Santa Rosa, right? Thanks. Hey, Major, how you doing? Note to self, I didn't smell the smoke before I heard the sirens the other day. Your experience with loved ones caught up in a fire got me obsessed with learning more. Good, you're really good, Major. You can make a huge difference. All of us can. You know, there used to be this, and I had to get over it. They call it the imposter syndrome effect. It's a type of feeling where since you're not a pro, but you look around and know almost nobody knows what to do. But since you're not a pro, you're scared to speak up or provide helpful information or guidance. But really, you can always help. You know, in this day where an age where you can look stuff up real fast, you can and learn and research stuff on your own. You can do that. You can really help. Like just step aside as soon as the experts show up and learn from them and be somebody like an apprentice, right? The apprentice can at least tell people who have no clue about a situation. Like an apprentice blacksmith can at least explain the basics of blacksmithing until the master shows up, right? Doesn't mean you can do the same thing as a master or a journeyman. Doesn't mean you have the same depth of knowledge, but if you know the answer to a question, say it. All right. Hey, let's see here. Big Dog says, "We'll never forget the moment I woke up on Labor Day 3 years ago to 8% humidity, and I knew instantly it was going to be a bad day." I did too. I knew, Big Dog, my reaction to Red Monday, if you go back to the archive, that was the first video on this stream. My reaction to Red Monday was, since I knew it was going to be so bad, my subconscious didn't even allow me to acknowledge it at first. I just said to myself when I woke up and looked outside and saw the wind bending trees and the dryness and all that, today is so obviously a bad fire day that everybody's going to be careful with fire today, right? 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 And then it took a while for it to sink in because I realized, oh God, it's Monday on the Labor Day weekend. That means a lot of people who had a campfire last night, that's the biggest camping weekend of all, other than Memorial Day. Oh God, everybody in the mountains probably just left their campfires, did not extinguish with water, and the high winds are probably fanning them up right now. But some little voice in the back of my head just said, dude, it's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a bad day. Wake up. The other part of me was just really content in my detrimental optimism, right? Then I finally decided that's it. That's it. I started seeing columns of smoke everywhere. Go on the balcony, columns of smoke everywhere. Turned on scanner radio. It's exploding for all 3 western states. Oh God. And pretty soon, the mega fires just... It was crazy. And I'm not going to go too far into it, but because of the Riverside fire here, just a black line on the horizon. When I looked south from Portland, a black line on the horizon from all the forest and buildings and stuff on fire just went due west. There was panic, and it took more than 7 hours for people to evacuate places like Malala. Even southeast Portland was on evacuation notice. Then east of Salem, because of the Beach Creek fire, the black line was just going of homes and the forest on fire was just going out to sea in high winds that were coming from the east. Same thing down with a giant fire east of Eugene. It was just all going to the west, and I figured out that I watched it get closer towards Salem. And then I took off my headset and said, guys, I'm going to go evacuate my mother. But yeah, I'll never forget days like that either. I recorded not really with a dash cam, but I put my cell phone on my i5 South drive, and it's unbelievable how the sky changes colors throughout that drive. But I'll upload that as a video sometime later. I want to continue to monitor what's going on. We now should look at heat maps, and we should look at the weather. So looking back at chat, anything else I haven't covered? The tubs. Thank you, Desiree. That was the one that PG&E was suspected of starting, but somehow somebody tell me about it, Desiree. Wasn't literally a hot tub, like a backyard hot tub, like short circuit or something was supposed to have started that fire, and that's one where all the locals go, yeah, right. I mean, in the middle of their line still being energized with the massive Diablo winds going by, could it possibly have been a PG&E power surge? Blew up the hot tub? And the road next to it was called Tubbs Road, Tubbs, unrelated to hot tubs. But can you believe that? It's just what? But yeah, I don't think justice was ever served on that one. Yeah, Tubbs Road in Calistoga. Thank you. We'll go revisit that one day. Figure out what the eventual. Maybe we can read the original report. It's just that the locals don't really believe that. Okay, PG&E equipment was starting other fires the exact same night, burning down other towns. So I don't know why they tried to deny it. They completely stopped trying to deny it a year later with Paradise. And I thought, well, that's because at first I thought, oh, they're doing the right thing. God, it was nice. I found out that there's no consequence, so that they figured, why not deny it? I mean, things need to change. Laws need to change. CEOs can't go to prison, but we got to change that. When they endanger the public, as you and I can. So, all right. Yeah, it is, Desi. The amount of PTSD about fire to the Santa Rosa area is through the roof. And what's that county? I'm sorry, I'm sick right now. I can't remember the county. That whole county is traumatized like Butte County. So let's go and check on. We got a wind map. Now the thing is, when you're on CalTopo and you hit the wind map, it gives you this little plot down here. You guys can see that. It's really hard to see on a cell phone, but it's a colorized wind plot map, and it can give you a real good at a glance where's the wind right now. It just in general. Now wind can be going different directions at different levels of altitude. But this gives you a general look, and thank God right now what I'm seeing is the winds were probably going to push that Wildfire towards the lake, but I don't like that it's pushing it northeast. I mean, I-5 is a nice big fire break kind of a thing. That's what roads are, but there's a lot of businesses next to I-5 and a lot of what we don't want to be on fire. We put on, now what I'm saying here is you have to turn off wind if you want to put on fire activity to see the fire info key. Wind will block it. So you can't really have these checked at the same time and see the fire key down here. That's one of the biggest frequently asked questions. So, well, this is our heat detection area, but what I'm wondering is, some of this area, is it just a hot smoke drifting? This is all satellites. We don't have any MODIS or VIIRS, which are a lot more accurate. Remember, every square here is the margin of error. And sometimes if things look really bizarre, like, mostly water on fire, that could just be that the intense heat from, say, somewhere right here, the smoke, as long as the wind is blowing fast, still has a lot of heat in it as it drifts to another area. So that's why I want to caution people. It doesn't mean this whole area is on fire. That's the margin of error. But the red means that, let's see, the satellite passed over at 154. That means several minutes ago. That's the timestamp. And if you look at fire info, red means heat detections 10 minutes old or less. So we're pretty much only 4 minutes behind right now looking at that situation. We can hopefully get an update You called JB on the phone. I was hoping, though, that right around 7 now I could go and eat. I have to discuss some important stuff with C-Probe, and I was hoping that I could come back after doing a wildfire roundup. We have two options. I mean, assuming that there's no crisis right now to walk people through. And this winter fire, I wanna take a look, right? Knock on wood, assuming there's no crisis right now. I'm hoping that I can finish my discussion with him and planning, and then I can come back and we can say, okay, what became of these fires? What became of these incidences? That's what I'm hoping. Now we could do that, or I go live again in a few hours, or I could keep it going, and you mods could help people with getting their information to them. I think what we need to do is figure out, is there any rapidly changing situation right now that we would need to stay live, right? And then it's also up to you guys what you prefer. You guys are the mods. You guys will be in charge dealing with the public and new people coming in. I can be looking at the screen pretty frequently. There's a couple of time critical things I must do tonight. So right now, we had an update an hour ago that it was more than 40 acres of grass consumed, but got an evacuation map down there at Shasta. Oh, yeah, Zone Aware is now Genesis Protect, Zone Haven. Why did you change your name? Let's just be confusing to the public. Okay, so it's over by the boat dock that they've got a, what? To get set, get ready. Yeah, it's a be ready. We don't even have any, go now. And if this area is under evacuation notice, I do wonder if the actual fire is right next to I-5. Oh yeah, let's look at the cams. Guys, totally forgot the cams. Let's get eyes on this thing. So we've got Alert California cams I, for some reason, forgot about. Okay, a couple like Shasta Lake 1 and 2 seem to be facing the correct direction. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is our live view. This is from the southwest looking to the northeast. Ooh, I can tell there's a gold mine over there. You know why? See that big thing of orange? That's where, at the, and that's probably a very large mine, could have been copper. That's where at the mine exit, the waste rock would be, and waste dirt would be dumped. It makes a big pile at the ends of gold mines. I'm sure since that's so obvious, they sealed it off so people don't walk in there, but sorry, this history nut in me is distractible. Alright, so this is our 1 hour time lapse. Pretty nasty amount of smoke. So we are looking to the northeast. That means the wind is mostly blowing it from the south to the north. Great. God help us if it had been a north wind today. That's all I'm going to say. God help us. This is extreme luck. Of course, knock on wood, barring weather change, right? So let's look at other cams. Sometimes Shasta Lake 2 is at a different zoom. Yeah, different zoom level. You can get a different perspective. A 15-minute time lapse. And boy, is there a lot of smoke going towards northeast California and Nevada. There. Now on the radio today, as I was going to get my car washed and all that, because it was sap encrusted. I heard that Oregon right now is at maximum response, and that even one other fire right now is going to push us into hard decision-making territory. Whereas one fire gets the response on one fire, the staff gets cut in order to respond to another. So, dang. So there was also a scolding of human-caused fires in general. But, you know, I don't know about the value of scolding the public. I would extol the public and say, thanks 99% of you that are really safe with fire. But please monitor your drunken neighbors who aren't, you know. You are the solution, not the problem. See something, say something immediately. You know, you can do things that can mean a difference. If you see people leave a campground and they didn't extinguish with water, go ahead and extinguish their campfire, stir it, feel it with the back of your hand, make sure it's nice and cool. You can be a hero. There were heroes on Labor Day that prevented a whole bunch of fires from starting, and they were the ones who went to Labor Day campgrounds, and they knew the wind was going to pick up, so they went water extinguishing everybody's fire. Serious heroes. Campfires look like they're out the next morning. They're not. There's hot ashes and hot coals. Ash is just a blanket on top concealing them, but there are hot, red hot coals. Just like that story I tell. We learned it the hard way a long time ago, and my sister fell into the campfire the next day. Looked completely dead and cold. And then her hand melted. You know, as a 3-year-old. And so did the radio that protected her other hand. Went into the coals. Nobody knew anything was wrong until the radio started melting, and then the adults picked her up, and I think there was a clinic in Westwood that we had to rush her to, but it was by Lake Eleanor. That was nuts. So it's etched in my mind because of that horrifying story. So that's why I'm telling it to you, hoping it will etch in your mind too. Next morning, your campfire is not out. It's just dormant. This is our current look at what's going on at Shasta. We need to figure out, is the wind going to change? Eric Warner says, thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm sorry. Because I don't have my third monitor. I can't see chat all the time. I got to click between windows. You are amazing. Thank you. And guess what, Eric? You get triple hearts. You get triple hearts. I try to do hearts, like for donors in the chat. You're amazing. Yes, we're gonna keep going, guys. Now we're funded into August. So we're not completely funded throughout August, but we're funded into August. So you guys are amazing. Yeah, you're man of the hour. You're super Chad. So, and all you guys yesterday that really helped out too. All of you are amazing. I totally forgot my PayPal link, and I forgot to tell Twitter I'm live. You guys have got to do that for me sometimes. So Bear Mountain Shasta 1. Which view have we got here? Yeah, this is a view from the opposite direction. East of the fire looking south. Huh? How long ago is this? Really? It's a minute ago. Is it really looking? No. Okay. Shasta 2. This has got to be Mountain Shasta 1. Yeah, Shasta 1. I'm sorry. Yeah, Shasta 1 is looking northwest. I was like, oh God, if it's looking southwest, then it's the fire's there. Okay, just Catherine confusion time. Everything's alright. Do a quick time lapse. In the last hour. Pray for the wind. Just keep doing exactly what it's doing. In fact, maybe it can calm down. That would be fine. But do not change direction, wind. And they've got a good chance of the situation remaining okay. Shasta Lake fires, some of the worst terrain on Earth to have a fire. And California in general is, but then there's little highlighted regions of California where, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's make a map, friends, of the worst, for geographical reasons, the worst areas in California to have a fire. And we should make a little infographic about that. So firefighters, remember, most firefighters are coming from out of state. Fight the big ones, right? Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. A nice little laminated card for their info book, right? Welcome to California. Welcome to hell. These particular points are the worst. parts of the 7 layers of hell, or whatever that is for Dante's Inferno, right? Oh my God, that would be a good thing. We can make it like Dante's Inferno, and then rank the worst little spots. The benefit of this is not for satirical dark comedy. I mean, that's the way that we get people to look at it. The benefit of this is to keep those out-of-staters on their toes. Like Shasta Lake, Danger Will Robinson, do not turn your back on this. You know, do not turn your back on the ocean here. Do not slack off. Be prepared that if north winds happen, to be fighting for your life. You know, potentially your crew is in danger should winds change, because these are some of the fastest moving fires on Earth in California. Same thing, Feather River Canyon, Danger Will Robinson, Santa Rosa area, Diablo Mountain area, Oakland. And we can kind of rank it by vegetation too. We could do a point system. Yeah. Of, say, how fuel loaded the area is. And this is just FYI info, right? So like the car fire burn scar, massive danger. Will Robinson is ready to go as like a second mega fire. Yeah, I like this idea. Sometimes I have good ideas. Now this is what it looks like over by the Newell fire up in Klickitat, Washington. But if we were to duplicate this, there's a picture worth 1,000 words. Let's go take it. Let's go look at what the heck I'm talking about. Why everybody knew Shasta when these crews from out of state come in. You know, I'm not going to belittle the firefighting difficulty of other nations or other parts of the United States. But what I've seen consistently is when these other incident management teams and crews come in from other states, they're completely blindsided by the terrain-induced difficulty of fighting fires. They are not prepared for the worst, and they get shocked. It's like that shock and awe thing, right? You need to recover really quickly from your shock in order to be effective in any emergency situation. And so if you just prepare people for it, hustle a little bit more, you know, get up and slam your coffee down and work a little bit harder in the morning, because by the time noon comes around and the sun is out and the heat is baking and the winds pick up, oh God, hold on to your butts. Yeah, I like this plan. This would be a little cute thing you can print out and laminate and distribute to incoming crew types. So, am I staying on X? Please pin the post. Right. I will in a sec. Can you guys get my PayPal link for me? I should have it on my desktop. I forget every day. It's on the About Me page. And then I'll just pin the comment. That would be helpful, guys. Okay, so what I was talking about, car fire burn scar. All we got to do is near French Gulch, which was almost erased, I want to say, by the car fire. See the dead trees up on the landscape. You got lots of pines and stuff. They never really salvage logged much of this. That's not the worst. That's not the worst part near Shasta. So if it was one of those little, you drop the little gold man street view, and was it by Whiskey Town? Yeah, I thought it was by Whiskey Town, like right over here, that there was one of those little street view dots where a tourist had taken a photo and put it on Google Maps. I don't see any little blue dots right now. Am I not zoomed in enough? Hang on. Alright, here we are with the fire activity. If we go to fire history, yeah, there's the fawn, the bear urine fire. God, that got out of hand. Car, 2018's car. And no, it's not up here. It's zoom out up around this whole thing. This is how bad stuff can get out of hand. Now, the car fire was an actual summertime fire, and it was started by a vehicle. You can't make this up. But a pickup. It broke down outside the road and was on fire, and then winds did the rest. This one spawned tornadoes, and for the first time documented, a fire tornado flattened a neighborhood, or at least several houses, and killed a grandmother and her granddaughter inside the home, with a witness, unfortunately the grandfather, trying to get to them. So the first time a witness verified that an actual fire tornado took out a resident with fatalities. Unbelievable. I don't believe that was caught on camera, but they did a track of the how the fire tornado moved around, and there's some graphics about that. But that fire tornadoes in a couple of places in California are much more likely to spawn in those unique geographic spots, such as Janesville, up in Lassen County, over here in Shasta County. And now I kind of wonder if any have ever started near Pasadena with Santa Ana wind, but not verified that I know. Okay, so I'm at the right spot. If we turn off fire history, is that Whiskey Town Lake right there? Trinity, Shasta, Whiskey Town. Okay. So I thought it was right up here. It was by a mine. That's the giant iron mine that they have a million arresting dams because it's still leaching pollutions from the big mine. They shut it down, but since it was an open pit type mine, at least for part of it, the sulfur that was what happens when you leave sulfur exposed to the air and it's not underground? The rain turns the sulfur into sulfuric acid, and then the sulfuric acid leaches the really bad chemicals like lead out of the mine, lead, arsenic, that kind of thing. It dissolves the rest of the rock, but minerals don't dissolve; they get released and washed down into Shasta and everybody's water supply. So they've spent a huge amount of money with all these retaining dams and leach ponds and ways to mitigate this disaster. And so I know this infamous mine was in the picture when I found my example. So let's go. Yeah, let's see. National forest will be in green in general, or state forest. Then you've got your mine, and they and sometimes green means forest, and sometimes you have little white checkerboard or brown spots. And that's oftentimes private land or something special. Okay. I still don't see the gold man thing. Where did I lose this? Oh, I thought it was up here. Could be further west because you can see that for miles. See that for miles. Is it by Lewiston? Shut my mouth. That'd be embarrassing. I have to go back to my own stream to find my own good infographic there. I wonder if just anywhere will do. Not really. Not really. It was just a staggering, gigantic landscape of the dead trees. Or huge, far as the eye can see, kind of radius. Okay, maybe it was here. Come on now. Now these living trees. Just a viewpoint. No, guys, sorry, can't spend too much time on this. Okay, perhaps. Oh, VPN. Things are too alive. Oh, yeah, this is June 2021. Just too far away from the bird scar. The wrong lake. Okay. Could have been right in here. Still been right in here.
You're asking.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You got it. Hey, Strange Reverend, thanks for having my back. Okay, it's pinned. Thank you, guys. PayPal donations are very much welcome too. Um, all right. Yeah, J Cat says, remember, a fire tornado is not like a fire whirl. A fire tornado is formed in the clouds with wind shear, drops to the ground, yes. Confirmed by National Weather Service on radar, yeah. But there's really no time to warn anybody because it just forms right where the heat is. And very, it took this long to document them because there had been tales about it and firefighters weren't believed, throughout the 20th century and maybe even before. But in the age of things like radar and tornado tracking, now you can confirm them. And, modern technology of trying to figure out wind speeds by damage on the ground, and thing left a clear path. And for the first time, we're getting witnesses and sometimes footage of these things. So it's undeniable. It's a lot like freak waves. Nobody believed sailors before, right? But they occur. Just sometimes your boat is screwed. And here comes a 100-footer out of the blue. What the? Here comes a fire tornado. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's look back at aircraft. I think they're still slamming it with the water and all that. Let's look back, see if any evacuation stuff has changed with watch duty. Okay, friends. What about dinner? Is that about up? D-Prob. There's a time delay of like 20 seconds. So he's put in his, I'm trying to yell at him across the room. He doesn't hear me. He's put in his little AirPods or whatever they are that like are noise canceling way too good. So,
cooking.
He just said it's cooking.
The kitchen staff.
The kitchen staff aims to please, he just said. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit delayed. It's pretty funny. There's lag between me talking to him in the same room. Because he said it drove him insane. He put these in because he would hear a weird echo, like I'm talking in the room, and then he would hear it through his headphones too. He thought he was, man, this is going nuts. Yeah, thanks, Strange Trevor. So yeah, thanks to kind donations from people like Eric here, Eric Warner. I'm eating decent food now, guys. It's not just Taco Bell. Okay, so yeah, Cheryl, thanks for sharing the Hot Shot Wake Up podcast. I was hoping that he'd do YouTubes of those. I'm not sure. Some really good things he's been talking about. The C probe on rotator. Yeah, he's over again because we're supposed to be this evening discussing places where he can fly an organ, and I was like, oh yeah, I could tell you where to fly an organ. And he's like, wait, you gotta go live for fires, and I'm like, well, yes, I do. And I thought we had a community meeting, but we kind of don't. Is that a Chinook? No, it's a Sikorsky. Sikorsky. Yes. Sorry, guys. We were going to look at the weather. And then it's up to you, mods. Do you guys want the stream to continue while I pause, eat, and talk to him about where to go? Which regions in Oregon he can fly and have a good time? He's never really been to most of the state. So he's got to keep current, sharpen his skills. He's got a plane timeshare thing that he's a member of. So if he doesn't fly at least once or twice a month, he's not sharp. So right now, think about I was suggesting Tillamook Coast is probably nice right now. Astoria is always nice, but I think he's been there. But where do you guys think private pilots should go? Do you guys know of any real good airports? Anybody have information? Some of these airports, there's a loaner car, and you can kind of maybe borrow it for 2 hours. It's like a thing that pilots do for each other, and your membership usually with the flying timeshare, whatever that is, usually gets you the ability to use those, but it's 2 hours in general. Otherwise, doing something at the airport has to be within walking distance, right? So if you guys know of any cool little museums or things to do at airports, he's all ears, and I'll pass on that message. Let's go back to looking at weather. So I'm gonna go put up where is it? My radar. My radar. And if anybody's donated with PayPal, even $1 right now is really appreciated. I'm sorry I can't monitor that live, but also extremely appreciated. Trust me. Let's go to my radar. There we go. Right click, transform, fit to the screen. Okay, so since we're already centered on Klamath Falls, let's see how things might be doing at the Golden Fire. Klamath County, Oregon right now is at around 74 degrees. Right near where that is. What? Oh, Alexa was just has a, that was a package or something. It's a forecast. Klamath County is 74 degrees right now. It's saying the air quality index is good. I'm sure west of the fire it is, but there's generally looks like northwest winds right now. We'll be blowing that smoke to the east, southeast, and I bet you it's not very good quality down there. Now the hourly forecast is it's going to be a muddy sunset with some smoky stuff around 8:30, and they're showing clear skies after that. So the fact that it was only 80-ish for a high has got to be really good. And that's what confused me at that bedrock fire over by Eugene's. They're talking about dry, windy conditions today, so at least not hot. I think they were talking about heat, and I don't know why. So luck may hold out for the next couple of days. There's even some moisture percentage chance. So next couple of days down there at the Golden Fire, we've got 82-ish for the forecast high. So even today there was a 10% chance of precip. 10% for tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday it's going to start heating back up. Well, actually, no, it's just dry. 82, 82, 82. I don't trust forecasts week at all. But if we were to, they said in general after the 31st, we'll come back near 90-degree temperatures. So there's no significant precipitation in the forecast that I can see for the Golden Fire area near north of Bonanza in Klamath County. The rest of today, the skies are clear, low 53, winds 8 to 14 miles. That means constant from the northwest. That's not good. Changing to 8 miles an hour from the northeast. Ugh. At least they're dying down a little bit, but it's changing direction. So the fire on the northeast edge will be blowing back on itself, but the southwest edge of that fire will be active and going towards inhabitation if that's correct, if that wind change is correct. So upcoming weather, skies clear, high of 81, winds 3 to 9 miles an hour from the south. Change to 15 miles per hour from the west-southwest. Chance of precipitation 10%. That's for tomorrow. So I wonder if they're going to make an update, and because what they just did for the Golden Fire is they reduced the evacuation alert level on the southwest of the fire to just a get ready. Now, if there's a wind change and it's still just a get ready status, I'm hoping that means that they've got a good protection plan for that neighborhood. So let me quickly go back and look and minimize that. We're examining the Golden Fire right now. I'm going to read weather forecasts for things. So 4 hours ago, see how the southwest portion there, they reduced that neighborhood to just be set, right? So why would they possibly do that? Let's just watch a little video. Let me set this up.
Good morning, folks. My name is Mark Discharge.
Hang on. Let's watch it on Facebook. Gotta read through the window.
My name is Mark Discharge.
This is our 8:30 update.
Good morning, folks. My name is Mark Discharge, Operations Section Chief Trainee. Today on the Golden Fire, it's July 24th. We'll give you a quick rundown of what we've got going on the fire, how things are looking.
Oh, whoa, why is it messed up?
So we've got the fire here. We've got the divisions broken up into 4 different groups. We have structure resources from OSFM are here helping us, working mostly within the fire interior, as well as looking for any and triaging any structures that are outside the fire perimeter at this time, so they're prepped and ready. Things are looking fairly well. We had a lot of great work yesterday. The weather really helped us out, and we're feeling like we're getting some good progress and getting our hands around this thing. Lots of resources have come in today. We're getting those folks out on the line and assessing the lines that we put in yesterday, making sure they're holding and looking well. We do have a red flag warning with weather and winds this evening. That'll really be our watch this afternoon, is making sure those winds don't flare anything up and cause any problems there. We've got lots of air resources available for any support as we need it. But all in all, things are looking really well today. The smoke has really died down, activity has died down, and we're going to get in and make a lot of progress, tighten things up.
Wait, they don't mention southwest area, the southwest portion, as an area of concern. But with the wind shifting direction, and I'm sure they're aware of that, I'd be mildly concerned about that. It's at least going to die down. At least it'll probably be at night with a little bit of humidity recovery, I would imagine, because we've got a little bit more of a marine thing going on, which cooled down today. So this also is very telling, because the shaded red is the most intense part of the fire. This was a 17-hour ago, last night, infrared flight. Another thing is maybe there's a natural barrier or a really easy kind of ready-made fire line to the southwest. Maybe that is why they're feeling more comfortable. Right down here, for example, the fire already burned. So if the wind shifted back on it, in between this little slot, you got an area of unburned stuff. But it would probably burn back on to where it previously burned before, which, depending on the fuels, maybe not much for it to burn. So let's investigate that spot right there and see what we're dealing with. So let's go back up. Klamath area. Falls. Turn our global imagery down. Yeah, so I can see labels of communities. Bonanza doesn't show up on a lot of maps. It's itty bitty, right? It's itty bitty. In fact, and Bonanza, Oregon, go straight to it. There we go. It hides a little bit east of this crest of Alkaline Lake. Oh yeah, that's Alkaline Lake. Okay. Can't say I've been here. I've had plans to. I've been to Cape Falls twice in my life, and once on a train. So if we put on our global imagery, there we go. A little bit of an idea of where we're at now. So the fire is, here's the mountain. Got to be that blind mountain. And I mean, a caveat: we don't know the current status. I mean, we don't know how exactly old this global imagery is, right? So if we go to fire activity, there's our fire. That's close. Not the mountain. That one. This mountain. Got it. So with the golden fire, if this was mostly grass, most of its fuel is gone already. It looks scrubby. Flashy fuels like grasses and bushes. Once they go up really fast, they burn really intensely, and the fire moves really fast. However, once they burn, they're mostly a done deal. Now these trees here are different. Sometimes you can get an idea of their height based on their shadows, but that kind of depends on the time of day. I just know that the forest, east of Klamath Falls, it's not that super dense. You don't have giant trees like you do in most of the Cascades and stuff. It's a bit dry here for that. But they have very flammable, tiny type trees. Not too many of the types of trees that resist fire. Your big cedars like that usually require a lot more water. So whereas you don't have the tallest trees in the world, sometimes they just really cluster together wherever they find moisture, right? And you got your tumbleweed stuff and grasses in between them. So I don't know what that is. What is that big swath of nothing? Like, is that a slope? Come on, shade relief, go. Come on, VPN, go. Come on, VPN, go. Yeah, okay, there we go. Got a bit of a plateau. So, who knows? Maybe there is trees. Maybe there's trees there now. But that's a big, at least at the time of this imagery, that's a big strip of nothing. So, fire activity. No wonder it didn't burn. It's a big strip of nothing. See? But fire did cross it. Windblown stuff or tumbleweeds on fire and the like, right? So that's helpful. And then there's a lot more strips of mostly nothing. So if they've prepped these structures, which they must have been peeing their pants seeing this out the windows. I mean, I would be if I lived here. I think what the firefighters did is they saved these already. Getting in here and getting around these structures. I haven't gotten word on any structures lost or anything, but when you see a cookie cutter thing like this, it's usually because firefighters save this little neighborhood, save this little part here, this structure, that structure, by wetting down these trees. You see where they didn't in between them? That's where the fire went. Now, I don't know that they may have saved that home or structure or not, unknown. But that's typically the pattern, and who knows if this outbuilding or these survived, it's unknown. But that's how you can read stuff like this. Okay. So because of this expanse here, who knows? What we should do is ask locals: Is this a bunch of flammable grass right now, or is it a bunch of mostly dirt? Seasonal bog. Like, what is this terrain right here? Okay. They've got a nice, good road, good fire line. They got that going for them. This is a sweet road, nice, straight shot, paved, looks like. Great for fire access. Must have been what saved these neighborhoods in the first place. They could get to it. So, I'm hoping, unless a local can tell us, they're not that concerned on the southwestern flank here, thus the evacuation things have reduced to level 2, because they must be confident that they can hold this here. That's what I'm reading into this. What are your guys' take on it? So looking back up here, Ian B says Mike Kruger, who used to work for KRCR, has his own channel now called Weather NorCal. Oh, neat. And he is live now discussing and showing maps of the fires, especially the Wonderland fire in Redding. Really? Okay, if that's a pro, go ahead and watch him, guys. That's the kind of thing I would tune into right now. I wonder how accurate I am with my layman's, brief education. I'd love to compare. Um, Dang, Anby. Go ahead and link that. Guys, get your information wherever you can. I'm not insulted. Like if some expert is live right now explaining this, go watch. Especially if he's trusted and not one of the conspiracy channels, right? So let me go back up. Soviet Alexa. What are you guys talking about? Okay. Looking back at the chat, did I miss anybody's like pertinent fire question? Hey, Big Daddy Hugs, how have you been? Did I hear of the fires in Greece? I heard of it, but I've been kind of bedridden for 28 hours with rolling in a fever and not particularly sure about the spelling of my own name kind of fever. It was rough. I got super dehydrated and yeah. Okay. Jane Cat says have to go to the bank, see if they have their silver dollars out. They have Canadian silver dollars starting with Queen Victoria. I want some Krugers, but Canadian Mint's got some nice high quality gold ones. Can you pick me up a few? Maples. Get me a few maple leaves, okay? Yeah, go ahead and link that person. Well, maybe I could figure it out. Mike Kruger. I don't want to restream somebody's stuff without permission. That's pretty taboo, unless they're joking with you and are like, okay, Mike Kruger. It's my curiosity thing right now, so I can get his link and share it. That's it. Okay, that stuff's in German. So I'm gonna say what wildfires? What would the keywords be? Yeah, I might need that link because you know what YouTube does? It doesn't really show you what you're looking for. It shows you what's trending. What?
Corner.
Corn. And can you cut that off for me, please?
What?
Can you cut it off the
You
cob
wanna
for
wash
me?
your hands?
No. No, thank you. Remember, I got a temporary filling. He's smiling. I'm asking C-Probe to cut my corn off the cob because I got a filling. Temporary. Somebody discussing the Bible. Wildfires raging Greece. That's so sad. I'm not in the right spot, am I? Either? Oh, that's right, NorCal. What a NorCal? Okay, let me click on this just to get a link. The talking right now? Some musical stuff. Okay, so you guys don't have the link. There it is. I don't endorse him right now because I don't know who this is, but if this is good information for you guys, boom, there it is. I'll never be insulted by people getting their info, especially from people with more knowledge than me. Okay, so let's go back and look. We are taking a live look at the aircraft that's over by the Wildfire in Shasta County. I'm hoping there's less aircraft because I'm hoping it's getting more under control. Let's take our live camera look. Oh yeah, by the way, somebody linked me this, or linked this in a one of the wildfire pages on Facebook, and it's like this giant map of cameras and stuff, which is neat. This is OSS weather share. You guys can peruse it. I barely glanced at it. That's a pretty neat map thing. Ah, is food here? Oh boy. Okay, I got my food. Thank you. Guys, tip room service, please. Thank you. Thanks so much, C-Probe. I'm trying to wrap this up so we can put a pause on the stream and then I can talk to you about your flight thing. Okay, so that's the wrong. That was the wrong link. Where's the cams? Okay, so app. To Weaverville and Hayfork. Go back. Highline Trail. Not it. Look into the sun. Shasta Lake 1 and 2 again. Okay. What?
Wait until I finish eating.
Okay, could you hand me a Pepsi though, please? I'm sure he's frowning. What?
Never satisfied with.
I'm never satisfied with room service. Look, I don't think I should have more of this coffee, or I'm not going to sleep for about a week or two. I had no idea Safeway Select was turbo coffee. Whoa. And I'm supposed to sleep tonight. No, he's just giving me crap. Oh boy. Okay, so we're having steak tonight, and oh boy. When C-Pro cooks, he cooks gourmet meals for himself, and I'm so glad he's sharing it. He's smiling and just handed me a Pepsi. You guys should see his smile. It's hilarious. He should have his own comedy show, man. Thank you so much, C-Pro. Okay, I gotta detox this caffeine. Oh, I think it's looking better. Sort of. This is our 30-minute time lapse. But that's kind of the arrangement we have. He comes over to use my high-speed internet. Well, you're cooking then. Sort of better. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. In fact, it may not really be better. Just moved. But away from habitations for the most part. Because by God, thank God, it's a south kind of wind and not from the north. Oh, there's a couple of spots where there's aircraft. Did you see that? Click backwards, click backwards. Yeah, so there's a really big, I'm just going to say that's probably a DC-10 right there. Yeah, see the big engine on his tail? If that was the MD-87, you would see them adjacent on either side of the tail. I'm thinking that that's probably Tinker 92 or something like that. Here's a smaller plane. That's probably one of the, Marsh S2s. And then you can see the tiny eye in the sky type plane up there. That's what I'm guessing. So actually, this does not look like it's better from this vantage point. It just looks like the fighter moved. This Wildfire, Sugarloaf, Shasta, and South Forks Lookout. So let's first orient people. This is from further away. Further away, look at the same area, even further back from what we just saw, but a nice different vantage point. So let's do our 3-hour time lapse. If we have a camera that's looking due north through that canyon, that'll be better. Yeah, I bet everybody on I-5 is going, oh my God, today. Okay, let me look back at chat. Smitty says evacuation map for the Wildfire. Thank you so much for sharing that with people. Oh my God, I said coffee and now I have to watch something. Okay, what are we clicking on? Is it safe for work, Cat? Is your link safe for work? That's a valid question. Okay, I have steak in front of me. We shall live. I can't taste much. I'm a lot plugged up, but yay. This will refuel us. This will refuel us. Wish I could give you guys all a bite. Here comes the airplane. Nom 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 nom. Okay. All right. If I can taste some of it. I just said I was a little bit compromised due to my sinuses. But of course it's good. Thank you. Your cooking is always good. In fact, amazing. All right. Sugarloaf Shasta 2 is zoomed in, even though it's still far away. We're going to do our 3-hour. Okay. So, current location of the fire. I'm trying to get a bead on it. Mount Shasta 1. Looking in the sun, but we do see it. So we got Bear Mountain, Shasta 1, where both of these intersect. Looking at the thing should be the location of the fire. An interesting way to triangulate something, right? So, right up in here, that would be by the Blue Ridge area, and I don't. On the other camera, we see a road in front of it. A little bit discombobulated. Shasta 1. There's this nipply mountain right there. Okay, it goes up. There's a. Oh, I know that thing. This is one of the things that's really. When people drive I-5. Is that I-5? There's this weird stuff that looks kind of like castles and stuff up on this big hillside up to the right if you're going north. And I think it's part of the water system. I think that might be I-5, and it's up here. Okay, so if I can show you what the heck I'm talking about. Let's go Shasta. It's up here, I believe. That's what these crazy roads are. Maybe somebody got up here and took a picture. Wow, it's a commanding view. Okay, this is something that shows you the car fire burn scar too. So when this person took a picture, it was sunset. Now, since we're looking, see, this is sunrise. Then this is north. That's sunrise. The mine. Okay, where did I drop the little gold man? Not where I thought. Oh, yeah, it's not where I thought. That's a mine? Whiskey Town, Shasta, Trinity. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to orient, guys. You guys have a better pinpoint for me? I mean, we could probably, they'd probably say something like that in watch duty. So we moved on to the, back to the Wildfire. They've got it right there. Fawndale Road, that's why they called it the Fawn Fire before. Is it right next to a, what is this facility? Is it like a mining operation, a quarry, or what is that? Portal Inn. I'm wondering if that's not really the right spot to drop this pin. Look back at their map. My evacuation zone is up there by the dock. So did it just burn up here, parallel to I-5, up over this ridge? You know, looking at where the pilots have been circling the most, that tells where it is. So yeah, when I dropped the little gold man up here, that's not the castle-y building that I was thinking of. You guys know what I'm talking about? Just as you're going to go over the lake, you look up there, and I was always told, but never got confirmation, that it's part of the water delivery system, and for California in general, and the canals and all that, that there was a huge pipe going down, and that they had buildings up there that had to resist the insane snowpack type stuff and the winds, and so they just made it look like a castle. You guys know what I'm talking about, dude. Pick up. So Big Dog says there's several live cams in the Mount Shasta area pointing different directions. I know the sunset's in the west. I didn't know we were looking. I didn't know we were northwest. Thanks very much, though. Remember Big Dog? I was criticizing that movie Short Circuit. He filmed it at Astoria. It's a great movie. See this. And they filmed the sunset over the Astoria Megler Bridge out to the Pacific. Now, that's a cement plant. Okay, thanks, Big Al. Hey, Big Al, how are you doing, by the way? I hope it's all right. Okay, so this is what we've seen. It's right there, northwest of I-5 by Bonneville Creek. Right up there where there's no particular roads. But, let's go see what's at stake. It's the Golden Fire. Down okay. So north of the cement plant, that would explain why they want this evacuated. This is like pretty much where most of the people would be. You got your boats and all that. You got 7 habitations and boat rental type stuff, buildings that would facilitate that and whatever all this mess is. And houseboats. There's tons and tons of boats underneath these, assuming this is all still here. You know, some of these things went out of business with the last couple of years of drought, but I mean, assuming that these are still here, those are boat houses. And like you zoom in here and you can kind of see the little slips for the boats where this missing roof is. So you got potentially hundreds of boats to lose here, especially these down here without a roof. These are just tied up. It's probably houseboats. A lot of these are probably houseboats. So anytime somebody goes to the lake, they have to leave their car somewhere too. And, that's bad. So I can see why they want that stuff ready to go, moment's notice evacuation kind of alert. And I'd be moving my boat. For the south winds blowing this stuff to the north. I don't know how they would, unless they've got fireboats, protect this. With the embers start raining down from above, which is up here on this peak area. Lots of trees to chew through. Lots of thick, dense trees. That, I don't know how they could put all the fires out as the embers rain down on each boat one by one. Like, this is the kind of thing where hero marina guys, or tenders, women too, could be, hot wiring boats and moving them to safety, that kind of thing. Or maybe that's why you should give the marina guys a key. Maybe you have to. I don't know. It's been a long time since we've had a houseboat. So let's go and check out other cams looking from the north and see if we can see how close it's gotten to the water. Sugarloaf, Shasta one. Yeah, it's so hard to see. We're still beyond a ridge line. 30-minute time lapse. So, is it up on the ridge? We saw a lot of retardant splashes right there. They're trying to kind of keep it from getting on the ridge or keep it from getting past it. There's a major road. Oh yeah, you can tell exactly where the fire is when you click the third thing of the triangle. Bear with me, guys, I'm sick. Could have done that a minute ago. We've always needed a cam right here on Horse Mountain, for us to get the clear picture of what the hell is going on with Shasta from our armchairs in the living room, right? It's the missing piece of the puzzle. This is such a big ridgeline here where I-5 goes. Such tall mountains that they need another camera right here on Horse Mountain. and perhaps Minnesota Mountain. In fact, that might be superior if it's higher in elevation than Horse Mountain. That would be a really good wish list item for tracking fires and detecting them. Right? These cams are supposed to detect them, and a secondary mission is to monitor them once they break out. Now, if they break out in little ravines and gully washes and there's not that much smoke, you could be completely blind to a new fire with this cam system, even if it's equipped with infrared stuff and FLIR heat detection stuff, because you just can't see that on the other side of a mountain ridge. Desiree says, isn't Kamloops the town where they discovered the unmarked graves at the boarding school? Oh, God. Kamloops is a region and not just a town, though, and it's spelled with a K. North of the Okanagan, right? We're talking deep up north in the Columbia River into Canada. So, hey, Big Al, good to see you. And yes, I got your email. Yes, I got to respond. But this is the busiest July of my life, basically. So, Jag says, are those red splotches retardant drops or flames? Those are retardant drops. See, the way, and that's a really good question. I forget, some people are totally new. Whoops, I just clicked the wrong cam. I was going to go back to the one that just showed the big red splashes. Which one was I looking at? That's Shasta Lake 1. Or 2. Now, Shasta Lake 1 is more zoomed in. Shasta Lake 1. Nope. It was Sugarloaf. Okay. 3-hour time lapse. Yeah, those big red splashes are the planes dropping their retardant. So they have VLATs on this, as well as some of the smaller, medium-sized planes. And you should have seen the glory days. 2020 had the 747, world's largest retardant plane dropper. I mean, oh, that thing was just amazing. Desi, tell them all about it. Totally saved many communities in 2020 during the glass fire down by saved the community of Calistoga, for example. That thing would just paint entire mountainsides red. It was just, I played Ride of the Valkyries every time it took off, and we had a little celebration every time it did. And so what we would do is these cams generally update once every 30 seconds. If you look at the timestamp bottom right, you can see about 30 seconds goes by. Like here it's 7:54 and 36 seconds. Oh, actually. Yeah, and so then you go to, actually this is a 1 minute time lapse. 7:54 and 36 seconds. Next frame, 7:55 and 38 seconds. So I was wrong. Sometimes they're on 30 seconds, sometimes they're on 1 minute. But bear in mind, it might actually still be 30 seconds because not every single frame you can freeze frame by. I think maybe they drop half of them. Because I remember seeing stuff like California condors going right in front of our going right in front of our camera. I went, whoa! And before I could screenshot it, condors, eagles, neat birds, right? It would update and go off the screen. And so I would do a 15-minute time lapse and I'd rewind it like this, expecting the big bird, and the frame wasn't there. We lost it forever. Now, yeah, that's a huge retardant splash right there. So my point is about it either being 30 seconds or 1 minute, regardless. You don't see the plane too often because they're moving so fast, especially the VLATs. The very large aerial tankers are these. They are passenger jets. They can't go below a certain amount of knots. They can't go below a certain miles per hour, or they fall out of the sky and stall. So they've got a minimum speed. I used to play a game called Air Traffic Controller. And I remember the really big ones like that. If you ask them to approach an airport and go slower than like 350 miles an hour, oftentimes they're like, you want us to die? 250 miles an hour is basically the minimum speed for many of those before they, just lose enough lift and fall out, right? So the point is, you're not going to see these planes sometimes. Sometimes they go in between when the cameras make a frame. you see the giant red splash of almost all of them. Like there, boom. There's the huge splash. Next frame you see nothing. Boom, there's a secondary splash. Next frame you see nothing. We are going between 1 minute intervals with these tiny freeze frames here. Now, the plane just went too fast. The retardant though stays on frame because it takes so long to fall out of the sky. Usually so long that at least every 30 seconds or a minute the camera's going to capture that. That's why it looks so weird. You're like, what the heck is the red splash, but there's no plane? Well, it just wasn't captured. Sometimes, if you rewind it a little bit, you can get an idea of where the plane was coming in from. We used to track the planes in the glass fire, and you guys can go back and watch some of that. We had flight radar up, and so, like, for example, Calistoga would be like here, right? This would be north. We'd look at flight radar, and we'd see the 747 coming up there. As soon as it reached here, I would look back at the cam. It was looking this way. So we knew it was flying right in front of the cam, and we'd be like 3, 2, 1, and hope to see it. Why is it so dark in here? Alright guys, I have to adjust the light. And then we would see it on the cam. We go, yes! And then we track it on flight radar 24. We keep going north. We go to the next cam, and then we'd see it there. And that was a very, very fun part of the stream. And it's good to have, there we go, there's a light. It's good to have some fun amidst the chaos, to just lighten the really god-awful constant anxiety that we feel watching this stuff. So, retardant, what does it do? It's mostly water, but they don't usually put retardant directly on flames. Its job isn't to extinguish. In fact, there's no way to extinguish a fire that's gotten this big. You know, a 747 dropping retardant could possibly extinguish like a 10-acre, 20-acre fire by itself on flat land, right? They're dropping Olympic swimming pool sized amounts of retardant, and that could just boom, smother, right? Some of the big VLATs, the MD-87, DC-10s, they could probably completely extinguish a couple acre fire if it was nice enough to wait for them to get there and stay that small, right? But other than that, these things get big too fast. Usually the planes are not going to be called out for a small fire because of the expense. Usually a small fire, ground crews could do it, right? So why call a brain surgeon whose time is that expensive, right? To do the job of a nurse, right? Because a very small acreage fire is like having a splinter in your finger, right? You don't use a brain surgeon's time and expertise to pull out a splinter. So yes, small. Yeah, see, Proby was explaining. This is Captain Obvious Day. Small fires become big fires, right? But look how long it takes a VLAT to respond. They have to fill up with retardant, leave one of the just a couple airports in the West that have retardant. You have to prep a flight crew, right? The ground crew that supports the flight crew is all got to be prepped. They ought to spring into action. It's a whole lot of a ways to go after a very small fire, right? So what does retardant do? What is the best use of this aircraft? When the medium, a very potentially deadly and potentially extremely large type fire erupts, they call in the aircraft. And their job is to put retardant ropes around the fire. Retardant is special water. Oh, did you see the scooper? Oh, watch the bottom right. I'm going backwards. Yeah. Was that a scoop? Are scoopers here? Because that's real low. It's either an optical illusion, but I don't think it is. I think that's really low. And that plane scooped water. Neat. I mean, I really don't think that's like a tiny insect in front of the camera. I think that's like a scooper. Let's look. Are there scoopers? Sorry, squirrel. Okay, what does retardant do? Retardant is special water with a red dye. You can tell where it is. It's very critical that fire crews know where it is. And some other stuff like mix of fertilizer and stuff. And that is to make a jelly, gooey, sticky consistency. And it's not going to dry out. Not as fast as water is. It's not going to evaporate as fast as water. So a retardant rope around the fire is a speed bump. It's going to buy the ground crews time, set up, make real fire lines, evacuate people. Ground crews win the day. Can't win a firefight via the air. It's just like in war. World War II, we learned that air superiority, meaning your aircraft dominates the sky and your enemy can't fight back, right? You win the hardest battles because you had good air support. But ultimately, the boots on the ground won the day. We tried to win a war from the air with Kosovo. We tried to prevent a genocide by just having pilots try to monitor that war and try to do something. That was just an exercise in stupidity. That's why the genocide happened. You can't really do anything from the air. Air is support for the boots on the ground that win. Don't have air support, sometimes you just can't win. 1933, Tillamook burn. Got completely out of control, stay out of control. There's no such thing as a helicopter in 1933. At all. There's no such thing as firefighting aircraft. There's biplanes for the most part in 1933. They just sort of took pictures and flew around the outskirts. But there's no such thing as, infrared cams or high altitude planes like we have today to get even an idea of where the heck the fire was. Like, there was just this giant smoke column in 1933 and the biplanes flew around the edges and they went, fire's in there somewhere. Vaguely. So we have a lot of technology today that we really take for granted. And if we increase especially aerial firefighting technology, fires out of control will soon become a thing of the past, and I'm not exaggerating. You don't have to have new technology that'll be good enough to fight a mega fire. You don't think about it in that way. You only need good enough technology that will prevent a fire from getting that big. All the small fires are easy to win, easy to defeat. All we need is technology where we address them while they're still small. One of the biggest problems right now, nightfall, excuse me. It's going to be too dark for any of the planes to take off really soon. Maybe a couple of Nighthawks. Got a gentle breeze in Portland as the golden hour starts sunset, right? But guys, there's a bright future ahead of us if we push for it, put the money where we need it. Almost all fires lay down at night, and they are just like that boss if you're in a video game. That huge boss that is like, how do I win? It's like one of those video games, you're blindsided, it's a giant dragon or something, and with one tail swipe, half your health is gone. You go, oh my god, how am I supposed to win a protracted battle with this thing? Like, I'm dead. If I keep dodging this tail swipe, but my next dodge that fails, and I'm dead. And then all of a sudden the dragon pants. It's expended a bunch of energy in it. And your normal attacks, which are doing almost no damage, now when he's vulnerable, they're all critical hits. And you go, oh, that's how we win. We just dodge while he's strong. We go in for the kill every time he tires out. It's exactly the way to look at a wildfire. Usually at night, not heat goes away. It is cooler. Humidity increases typically, weakening the fire. All these factors, dew and that sort of thing may happen. Usually winds die down. Whenever that happens, the fire is in vulnerability mode. But that is when the aircraft goes home. Imagine you keep fighting it all night, like we could during the day. Most fire crisis situations the crisis can be over within 24 to 48 hours. That's going to be a new era, and so that's all we got to focus on. Of course, ground firefighting technology we need too, but that's the main deal. So when you ever hear about night vision and the Chinooks, and the Firehawks and such, yes, write your congressman. We need more of that stuff. And I encourage private businesses. Develop that stuff. You will be hired. You will be hired. Prove your worth a few times, the public will go, my hero. You'll be hired. Let's go back to the chat. Amby says you're doing an awesome job, by the way. No, you are too. And thank you. I'm still hyped up on caffeine, and as soon as it's over, I'm going to crash because I am still sick. I'm just hyped up on caffeine. Whoa. Okay. Oh, no, of course not AMB. I'm not going to take anything like that personal. You just lured me to a new valuable resource. Maybe I become one of his biggest fans, and if he's got valuable, no-nonsense information, I promote these people to the end of time. I did that for the Lookout, Daniel Kearns, and Dixie Fire. Zeke Lunder with the Lookout. Still got a blog. You guys should still learn from him. I don't know if he likes me very much. I don't know why, but I don't care if people like me. I care if they just have a decent showing respect kind of a thing. We don't have to like each other. All of us involved are concerned about fires and want to help in whatever way we can. We don't have to like each other. Just work for the common good and same goal. Work together. We don't have to like each other. Totally fine. I just think that, personal attack stuff, like the rude comments I got the other day in the disguise of trying to encourage me. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Most of what you say, not most, much of what you say about wildfire behavior is wrong. But I could see you have a good heart. Oh, you think I can't recognize a Southern's, oh, bless their heart, insult when I see it? My daddy's from the South. I have a partial Southern accent because I know exactly what the hell's going on. I know what that's about, man. Like, whoa. Yeah, I could possibly be wrong. Yeah, about something. I'm absolutely open, welcoming of any constructive, positive result from any feedback. But my God, you got to show me some respect. Can't really communicate effectively without decent rules of decency and politeness. So, yeah. When people say I'm wrong and refuse to back up their own stuff, it's usually one of those, I'm either a jealous person, a troll, somebody not listening very well, but pretty arrogant. Like I've had people listen in for 10 minutes and describe and then decide for themselves, I don't know anything. And it's just like, do you understand that I know enough about fire behavior that I have predicted disasters for towns and gotten them evacuated at least partially when Cal Fire says everything's going to be fine? You want you can see that, rewind, go back to Greenville. There's a date that it burned down. Go back to the days prior and check that out. It's there to see. Me, Daniel Kern, Zeke, we all tried to warn people in Greenville, do not turn. It's not safe yet. And the sheriff said, everybody come back. Reduce level 3 to level 2, so to speak. And then the town burned to ground right after I went to sleep. I'll never forgive myself for being asleep, but boy, I'd been awake for 2 days, I think. I believed in the protections that CAL FIRE and the Forest Service said were in place, and I believed that see all these splashes of retardant? I watched plane after plane after plane after plane drop the retardant right in front of where the fire was headed. I knew intimately the geography. I even logged off saying Greenville saved, I think, guys. I can rest. And boy, trust in the authorities was misplaced because when they apologized for the disaster, they explained we were basing a lot of our stuff on new computer modeling, and we just gotta admit it's not there yet. It was even inconceivable to me how they could lose Greenville, and then later it came out that they probably could have saved most of it. However, since they did that error and told people to come back, and a lot of people did, and were unpacking and lost their possessions because they had evacuated their possessions, but they were unpacking. That's when all hell broke loose. Instead of defending the town, they focused on evacuation. And so the fire trucks melted in the street. As soon as they got the people out, they came back and their fire trucks had melted in the street. And so many buildings were on fire that it was more like a World War II firestorm of buildings than like a wildfire. Once you have most of the main structures in the town going up, it becomes like the Oakland firestorm, where the embers are raining down like snowflakes in a blizzard, but they're all the snowflakes are fire. Wherever they land, they're ready to start something new. So when all of your hose lay burns through, when all of your trucks melt, there's nothing to do. But if I didn't know my crap, how in the hell did I know that it just wasn't a safe place for the evacuees? I listened to the people who know, the people with more knowledge than me. I deferred to their knowledge, and they were saying that it was not safe. Daniel Kearns, those types. Fire got closer and closer to Greenville every single day. They were making good progress, but they had incomplete lines. They lost the race against time. They were doing a good job, a great job. And I'm not like disrespecting CAL FIRE or saying, oh my God, you guys did something wrong. And they apologize. I mean, screw-ups happen. We just need to learn. That's the idea. Learn. It was definitely an error. And I respect anybody who takes responsibility and apologizes. I really do. And later, learning from his mistake, Mike Wink and others really led people through the Dixie crisis, and they were much better than before. They were not natives. They didn't know the area. And that's why I want to make kind of a little mini guide for the worst places in California to fight a fire, so that people who come in from out of state, and hundreds, maybe even thousands of people from out of state were the ones on the fire. They did not understand the history. They may not have been aware of how the Bear Fire killed people previously, and really may not have seen much more than a couple snippets on the news of the Paradise Fire. They didn't intimately know how that happened, like I did. They don't intimately know the terrain, and they don't intimately know the kind of weather patterns. But you're local, you're like me, and you see 20 plus years of behavior up there, and you talk to old timers. Gosh, Auntie Faye, the angel of west part of Eleanor, she was the oldest lady who had a cabin there, told these stories about how she knew actual gold rushers from 49ers. You know, when she was a kid, they were still hanging out at convalescent homes and stuff, and she described the way the weather was like 80 plus years up there. You know, there's just no substituting local knowledge. So if I didn't know my crap, how the hell did I predict better than CAL FIRE and the Forest Service and all these experts what would happen potentially? Now, anybody is welcome to tell me that I'm wrong about something. I'm sure occasionally I do come up wrong about something. There's some term I'm not understanding, some firefighter slang, or I don't know the complete picture about something. Please take me under your wing and tell me about it. Nice, respectful, polite way. I want to learn from experts. I don't want to learn from books. I've read plenty of books on native fires. I can tell you anything about the Tillamook burn. I'm like a walking encyclopedia about it. But I do not have firefighting experience. But if anybody just says you don't know nothing and then attacks my credibility and then won't back themselves up, I'm just going to call you the troll that you are. Not helpful. I'm going to take a lot of offense to that. My ability to help people depends on how believed I am that I know my crap. That was not the first time I got people to stay away from a dangerous town or to evacuate one early. I'm so proud of this channel. You and I together, we've done this a lot. So yeah, you don't like me, that's fine. But if you want to help the public, you better tell me exactly what I'm wrong about and educate me, or get the hell away. I mean, sit down. You know, nobody else is really doing this. Sometimes we are the only hope of people for timely, life-saving information. It sounds all weird and conceited and stuff, but it's actually true. We do this because it helps. I don't like fire. I don't like looking at it. I'm one of those PTSD fire traumatized people of California. But I want a place where we can help people, be supportive. I'll learn and educate people. And the mature thing is admit mistakes, correct. And that's what all journalists do. Like, there's no journalist out there who thinks they're always going to write completely accurate articles. There's always a part of the newspaper called corrections. It's right next to the editorials note, usually, editor's note. And that is, whoops, we misprinted, we printed things that were in error the day before or the week before, whatever, and we have corrected it. It's come to our attention that we spelled somebody's name wrong or we got something worse wrong. Here's our corrections section, and that's extremely important to do. We're getting a gigantic amount of information from all sources, crowdsourcing it, right? I'm going to do a little 1 hour time lapse. So some of it's going to be incorrect, and sometimes I'm going to misspeak. We got to pounce on that, get it out. But of course, we're going to be a mature human being about this. And if somebody has a hell of a lot more experience in an area, in a region, somebody like JB, I'll just put him on speakerphone and I'll shut up, let him go. You educate the public, please. I'd actually prefer, somebody like John Bruno run the show and just do it. I'd prefer Zeke Lunder, for Plymouth County, have his own show and just do this. Daniel Kearns had, hour-long streams, several hour-long streams, almost every day of the Dixie Fire. He was there for people, but he just talked into his own cell phone and didn't show the maps, didn't go 24/7. So that's why we're doing it. Nobody else did. But please, somebody, take over my job so I could do something else on YouTube. I want to show people how to do stuff like make jewelry and stuff, and recycle. And I want to go traveling and documenting ghost towns and historical things, interviewing old timers before all that knowledge disappears, But please, if you're not going to do it, help the stream or at least don't trash talk. That's all I ask about people. Now, as far as mentioning other streamers, it's generally impolite to do that during a live stream. You usually, like, if somebody comes up and says, "Oh, have you heard of such and such a stream?" It's the coolest thing in the world, right? Well, I usually look over at the analytics thing that shows how many viewers are there, and I watch about 20% of them leave and they go to watch somebody else's stream. So that's generally considered rude, especially when it breaks the rules and it goes to crazy town, like conspiracy theory channels and fear-mongering stuff, like that guy I'll never forgive. He kept trying to scare everybody in Yuba County and Sutter County and Sacramento County. They're lying to you. It's they. They're going to blow the Orville Dam. Millions are going to die. It's not the spillway. They blew it up. They're going to blow up the dam. And, oh my God. Oh man, I don't like people like that. Scary headline, lots of clicks, lots of views, lots of money. So that's not allowed. Now let's see if there's aircraft. They're going home. Okay, we got no more aircraft at Shasta. So it's just that time. You can see from the cams it's too late for aircraft. Night is falling. Unless they get some of the Firehawks out. That's what I want to see. Or the nighttime capable Chinooks. An awesome female pilot that's a celebrity that flies one of those. She started flying before she could drink. I think she was like 17 or something like that, 16 or 17. She was nighttime dropping water in places like the Caldor and even earlier than that during the glass fire in 2020. Like, she couldn't go to the bar and drink, and yet she was flying a Chinook. High risk stuff, like macho, my beep are too big for my pants kind of flying, I'm hoping to see them come out tonight. Let's hope the watch duty gives us an update. Oh, we got a 2-minute ago update. I'm going to go ahead out on a limb and say that's more than 40 acres by now. Marine Vanessa watch duty says per radio, all aircraft have been released for the night. No recent update of the fire has been heard, but current cam view shows conditions are improved. There's a retardant rope around it. Is it going to hold? Winds. Okay, how are the winds going to change? Now let's do a Shasta weather forecast. Back to my radar. Now, we already looked how the weather forecast might potentially affect the Golden Fire. There's Shasta Lake. Come on, Crosshair, where are you? Crosshair. Where'd the Crosshair go? Oh yeah, you have to be on the wind tab, weather tab. Yeah, then we got the Crosshair. So if we just put it right there. It's 87 degrees right now. Gee. Ugh. And tomorrow, 10% chance of precip. Interesting. High of 92 tomorrow, and tonight's low, though, will be 67. I'm hoping for some humidity recovery, but may not be because humidity is 33%. That's pretty bad. It's pretty dang bad. The rest of today, the skies will be clear, well, except for, the massive smoke generator from the fire. Low temp 67, winds 9 miles an hour from the northwest. Ugh. Changing to 7 miles per hour from the northwest. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want the wind to change direction. We don't want it to be blown south. Ugh. But it's only 10-ish miles an hour. God knows what the gusts will be, though. Tomorrow, haze with otherwise clear sky. High of 92 also. Winds 8 miles an hour from the northwest. Changing to 5 to 10 miles an hour from the south. So at some point tomorrow, the winds change direction. Let's see when. There way to on that. We may have to go to Windy for the wind forecast. I kind of hate that. What you don't. This little thing right here, I don't know how well you can see it. Yeah, you can barely see it. If you look at the right on my radar, it's pretty nice because there's this round loop, the round blue loop thing here right there. And where the notch is that's pointing where the wind's blowing. Like a little weather vane. I wish they had like a big arrow in the center. That'd be even easier to see. But you can see here for today, it's like that. South winds blowing stuff to the north, right? Well, what's it doing for tomorrow? Sorry, this is mirrored, so this is hard to figure out where to point. That. We don't want that. We wanted the winds to consistently blow it up to the lake. The lake is one heck of a fire line. But we're going to have a change tonight. It's going to want to go back towards civilization, back towards I-5. It won't be the world's fiercest winds. The gusts will be 18 miles an hour, though. That's still bad, considering how dang dry it is. That it's like 33% humidity. So I'm not real happy about it. Now, let me bring us back. We've got to look. What could potentially burn? They may have to use I-5 as a fire break. Unreal. I'd imagine our evacuation orders are going to change. They'll have to tell us, is the fire stuck up on the mountain right now? Is it stuck up on the mountain? Is it up on the ridge? Let's see if we have any other views before there's no dang light. Did they do good work attacking it from the south and southeast? Maybe we should call GB about this. Gotta know. He'd be able to say just authoritatively what's the prognosis here. The local, he's the fire chief, retired, he's the guru here. Let's text him. Let's text him. Oh, sorry, to finish my thought, right before I got all squirrel distracted again, the etiquette is you don't really mention other streamers or especially tell people to go to them during a live stream because you will start a stampede of people leaving to go check out the other person. And even if they just meant to go check out the other person, they usually don't come back for a long time. Well, that's basic etiquette, right? However, please, if some website, some person who's not a conspiracy person or a charlatan or, somebody with authority. They have fire info. Never ever will I ever resent somebody linking them, telling them to go watch that. What I would do when I was live and I heard that Daniel Kearns was live on Facebook and stuff, or people were driving through neighborhoods, I'd say go watch that and come back and see us. That was the only way that the citizen photojournalists, that was the only way people could verify their homes were still there. And they were driving live through neighborhoods and such. And if KCRA has got, for example, live action aerial footage of stuff, I can't show too much of that, or I'm just basically robbing them of their own viewers. Not something I want to do in order for media to survive and give us that valuable stuff like live action looks, which we want. They have to have views. They have to have enough views for that to still make them enough money for that to continue. That is expensive stuff, having a helicopter and paying your different helicopter pilots to be on shift 24 hours a day. That means you have to employ multiple pilots. You have to have a special kind of special trained videographer who can, it's extremely difficult and is a high skill level to get non-shaky, nauseating footage from a helicopter. Keep stuff in frame, etc. I cannot tell you the enormity of the expensive cameras. Like they're running like $75,000 cameras on these things, plus helicopter fuel. They need their viewers. So go and watch those. Click that like button. It's up to them. Yes. But come back and see us. In those situations, you don't have to ask for permission to link to something else. Now let's go back up to yeah, if anybody's addressing me, do the @Catherine thing and highlight my name. If you're on desktop, when you type, click @ and then KAT, and then that highlights me. Sorry, I have to text John Bruno here. Hopefully he's available. Okay. AGB, what do you think of this Wildfire? Not GB, it's JB. Oh my gosh, autocorrect. I see they have retardant ropes around it on the mountaintop, but when the wind shifts tonight, is everything from the southeast going to be okay? 2 southeast. He's got so many connections. Whenever we can, we utilize the people who are experienced and on the ground there, and we trust them. That locals know is a thing I repeat and repeat and repeat. All right. So we don't have anything new. We've got this evac map. Just a warning for the Bridge Bay area. Now, hopefully these cameras will click into night vision. And they'll actually tell us even better, like, how things are going. Night vision, sometimes people think, you got to be prepared for this. If you've never seen the color version of a camera flip into night vision before, it can startle people and they think, oh, the fire just exploded. No. Heat is white. Not just flames, heat. The heat from the flames rising up into the sky is going to make the flames look 1,000,000 feet tall, right? But it's just the heat. The same thing with hot clouds of smoke. So a really lazy looking fire. Okay, I'm a meat popsicle. I gotta turn off that air conditioning. a really lazy looking fire can sometimes look 10 times worse in night vision mode, in the black and white stuff, but don't be alarmed. With that, when we wait for it to click over, we'll do it automatically. Then we'll get a much better picture of what we're looking at. So what the aircraft did today was we saw helicopters putting out spot fires. We saw the retardant planes putting a rope around the fire. And so what that does with retardant is it makes the vegetation wet for much longer than regular water. And sorry, there's a noise. So even though in this kind of humidity, like 33%, just the general dryness of the air is just sucking the moisture away and evaporating it fast. What retardant is it's got that sticky, gooey consistency with some fertilizer and some other safe ingredients, right? And that stuff will keep that vegetation wet for much, much longer than normal. Usually that can hold a situation overnight. I don't see any aircraft on the flat fire down at, Newell. Don't see on the flat. It's dusk everywhere. I'm really hoping that they'll use some night vision, Chinooks and stuff on it. Don't know. If there's anything spotted outside of the retardant rope, which is right around here. Fire's right around, here. Beaver Island. Anyway, if there's a couple spots still active right now beyond the main area of the fire, then that is where helicopters will be really good, chasing after those at night, flip over into that night vision mode. This is where the nighttime Chinooks from, I don't know if Colson Aviation has those, or at least nighttime Firehawks. I think Cal Fire has those, would do really, really good work. And you can bet that fire crews are running around right now like crazy, trying to get road access to these places and trying to open trails and new miniature temporary roads. But after midnight, which I'm not going to be here after midnight, I've got to get up early tomorrow, will be the infrared flight, and then they make a map. That's what typically happens, and that's when we get our neat little updated maps, that perimeter maps, that look like, well, jeez, you know, the cross-hatched stuff, right? It's a little bit muddy because there's veers and stuff, but never mind the snowflakes, but the cross-hatched little area, that's our fire perimeter. And they're almost always obsolete the moment that they get published, but they give you a great idea of where the heck it is, where it's been. And then they also tell you where it's been most active. So anybody want me to look at a specific fire right now? Newell Road evacuation? Where? Right now? Something new? Look at Newell Road. Or is somebody just requesting the link? I need to look at right. You forgot to look at the bedrock fire and that weather. Remind me, guys. I also want to know what the heck's going on at Warm Spring. I don't see any new evacuation for the Newell Road. 28 minutes ago, they had a 20% containment. Yes. Update, and we can look at the INSA web. We have fairgrounds and Goldendale are taking the animals. Goldendale Middle School taking the people and dogs and cats. God, why did it ever get this big? Why? Unbelievable. If they keep it out of the forest, which is to the northwest of this fire, the hilly forest stuff, that's the best thing we can hope for. Even if it spreads out east and west along the wheat fields and such, it stays in flat areas. Once it burns up its own fuel source, it's a done deal. It won't. The area will be cool. Literally to the touch. The area will cool down, and be ready to walk on pretty quickly, because generally a wheat hay field, even if it's fallow grass field, there's just not a lot. It's not like a log or wood that burns where you have hot coals because not all the wood burned, right? It's just still kind of glowing, Different with grass, just it's done. It's powdery ash stuff that's cool now, blowing in the wind, right? Brad P says just level 3's in progress. Okay, thanks. Is 20% containment considered good? I don't care about containment levels as a figure, because I learned a hard lesson. And the public does put too much stock in containment levels. Gary Jackson says, hello, Captain. Thanks for doing a great job. Thank you. Are you familiar with Blaze Tamer 360? And if so, what's your opinion of its effectiveness? Not familiar with it at all, actually. Let's see what this thing is. The reason I don't quote containment too often, or acreage figures too often, is oftentimes it's not that important. It gives you a good idea of the general size of a fire, but sometimes losing more acreage to the fire is winning. Such as, so there's a field and it's been untouched from so far by the fire, right? Well, if you light that field on purpose, in this cool still of the night, firefighters monitor it, it becomes black. Next day the fire comes towards it and has nothing to burn. Well, you've just improved the situation. Even though you lost more acreage to the fire, right? There's no differentiation between, losing something like, when that broad statistic, there's no differing between a sad loss and a positive situation. In fact, this is just massive loss, right? We lost most of the crop of Klickitat County, perhaps. This is probably a massive economic blow. It was about ready to harvest. Speak of the devil, guys. It's John Bruno. Hang on. Guys, so JB just called me back. He didn't realize we were live. He didn't even know who the heck was texting him, because he didn't know about my he didn't have me. I switched phones, and so he had my old number in his thing. So he was like, who the hell's asking me about this fire? God. That's pretty funny. Okay, I have to use the bathroom, and I'm gonna go get the microphone stand and see if I can't plug in that separate mic, and we'll just have him live talking about the prospects of what's going on. Because straight from the horse's mouth information is the best thing, right? So the last thing I was saying is, I think acreage. Just before I didn't, forget to finish my sentence and take a small bathroom break. I don't put a whole lot of stock into acreage, and it's a complete mistake to put too much confidence in containment percentage, right? Now, you look at the Bear Fire, look that up if you want to weep. It's a mass fatality event. Another fire right next to where the Paradise Fire was took out 2 towns. It roared down from Bucks Lake. It was a lightning strike fire of August. They had a really tough time because it's the Sierras. It's Plumas County. Up there, they had a really tough time putting out, those are big, big trees, really dense. The mountain winds they're dry and hot, come off Nevada sometimes. Every one of these fires in the mountains is a race against time for the next big wind event, because if wind comes off the mountains, it blows fires at lightning speed, and I'm talking record-breaking speed. In fact, I'm going to put on a little video for you while I use the bathroom. It is the Bear Fire. The Bear Fire record run. It's ABC's 10. But here is part 1 from the Lexington Hill camera. And I'm going to put this on. It's 8 minutes, so hopefully, remember, the trees are jiggling because this is not a video. This is stop motion. It's 1 frame every 30 seconds or so to 1 minute. So this is the historic run of the Claremont Bear Fire, which became renamed the North Complex Fire, from the Lexington Hill camera. It went all the way up from Bucks Lake. It was just a small lightning strike fire, pretty standard affair. And the people downwind, especially those about to die now, were watching this just as a pretty small lightning strike fire up by Bucks Lake, higher in elevation to them. Maybe I don't know how many hours of drive it is, maybe an hour drive north, up the really steep Oro-Quincy Highway. One way out that highway. And like I said, you can never outrun a fire downwind, because the fire's embers will go over the top of your car. It'll light fires in front of you miles ahead. You'll come to a point where there's a burning tree in front of you. Look at that explosive growth as the wind just starts blowing it up. Hot, dry wind. Now, the reason so many people died is because people were about to evacuate. They were on notice. What year is this? This is 2020, right? Yeah, 2020. This is September 8th, I think. I think it's September 8th, like 09, 08, like that. But they updated the containment percentage. Containment percentage is how much black line is around a fire. Like, there's a ring around a fire, and black line means except for an extraordinary circumstance, fire cannot pass. So the percentage of the radius around a fire that is black lined is what that containment percentage is. Now, they didn't have that much containment. They updated, unfortunately, I think the day before, to 78%. But in certain situations, certain geographies, unless it's 100%, it's 0. That's the better way to look at it, especially in the Sierras. So I never want anybody to get that false sense of security. A lot of people had their bags packed, their cars loaded. Then they saw the update and went, "Oh, they're making great progress." And it's just up there. It's been up there for weeks or whatever. But look at what's happened. And look at the timestamp. It's only 2 in the afternoon now. Look how fast this is going. Now, at this point, they speed up the camera. You could tell just looking at the time that it's sped up, and that is because YouTube kind of limits, I think, the time on accounts, or this person just felt like speeding it up. I could video edit this back to the real time kind of thing without any speed ups. However, what happens is it generates enough heat to start the pyrocumulus cloud effect, and it even generates its own lightning after a time, like volcanoes do. So much ash in the air that static electricity forms lightning. And the thing is that people are blind to this. Unless you're watching these cams, we're watching a channel like ours, people are blind. They just see that sky is dark and they smell smoke, and you can't really tell exactly where the fire is in that mess, right? So by the time people were alerted to the fire, it was already upon them. And that's why I don't put too much emphasis on it. I mean, the Dixie Fire had high containment percentages, and then it would jump lines, and then it jumped places they didn't think it was going to. Same region, same exact region, same exact mountains, a little bit to the side here. So that's why. Just read about what happened with the Bear Fire. It erased 2 towns, sort of in view here: Brush and Berry Creek, ancient pioneer towns from the 49er era. Yet another bunch of historic towns I wanted to film before we lost them to time. Just like Paradise. So I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to grab the microphone stand. I already talked through most of this. What we should queue up is part 2. I will when I get back. Okay, friends. Time to flip video, I think. Yeah, just in time, huh? So part 2 of this video, what happened overnight. There's no stopping this stuff. Remember that, sorry, I'm so sorry. Seizure warning, flashing light stuff. There is no stopping that once a mega fire like that begins. You get the hell out of the way. Firefighters saw it jump. I don't know how they must have felt knowing that this is now barreling towards civilization. It's going to Orville. It's going to Brushenberry Creek. But you'll see some of the lightning strikes that it starts to generate. I still need to go get the microphone. I did talk to Holt Hanley, and he talked to his teacher live on his stream. Now, he's awesome. He does weather forecasts whenever he can. He's got a job now at a news agency. But Holt Hanley, I said, Holt, can you put that over by my chair? Thanks. I'm going to give JB 30 minutes talk, and then I'm going to either end or pause the stream. Then I'm going to talk to you about the flight, okay? Sound good? Okay, guys. Man, I'm doing a stream way longer than I should, but I think it's important. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that probably needs to be... Yeah, that'll work.
Just get to your...
Thank you, Seabrook. Okay. Isn't he amazing? So patient. He's like... I'm still working on supper yet. Eternally. Okay. Let's put this microphone up. Now, when I get set up finally with my good setup, I should never have to do this again. I'll just pull it over. Because I have a boom microphone stand thing that clips to the desk. And this should just be permanently set up. We can have special guests all the time via the phone. Okay. So, yeah. This is one of the most incredible things you'll ever see. One of the most crazy fires. They call it the historic run because it broke speed records for fast-moving wildfire stuff. There's this. Where in the world is the actual cable that plugs this microphone in? There it is. Got it. Come on. Come on, puppy. Go in. Alright. Fi-Fine is back in action. The $25 microphone. Okay. So I hope that's sobering enough that you understand my position. It's not really that important to think about containment as a percentage, unless the terrain is easy. If the terrain's easy, flatland stuff, the fuels, once they burn, they're gone. Oh yeah, containment percentages, they're gonna, first of all, they're gonna leap up huge percentage amounts at a time, and it's gonna be true progress. Now, if you're talking about a fire that there's a community only on one side of it, and they quickly blackline the side that protects the community, yeah, that matters. But you're always going to have some exceptions. I don't want anybody to be too comfortable. There's some terrain like the Sierras where if it's not 100%, it's nothing. We learned this through deaths. The public, unfortunately, does put too much stake in it, but we can educate, right? So let me change my headset, or my microphone, main microphone to this Wi-Fi speaker, the microphone. The Fi-Fine K67B is now in action. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Hurt anybody's ears. How are we for... Sorry if that hurt your ears too. Yeah, that is beyond stunning. It's unbelievable in a bad way. Okay, how are we for sound? Are we good? Because now I have to change. I'll just take this headset off. You guys, I just realized he tried to text first, and John Bruno says, "This is question mark. All I got is your phone number, not your name, bro." That is adorable. All right, let's go back. Low tech. We're partying like it's 1999. Speakerphone. Good evening. Thanks for being willing to talk to the public. You're live on air.
Good evening.
Yeah.
I just finished my dinner.
Oh,
It'll
good.
be great.
Awesome. You know, you are straight from the horse's mouth. You're the horse. You now have a mouthpiece. You got 30 minutes. Go.
Okay, well, today Shasta Trinity Unit, CAL FIRE,
Mm-hmm.
had a fire that started around 1630 hours. So, you know, that's the height of the burn time. RH is normally the lowest. Temperatures are the warmest, and we got a up valley wind, 5 to 10, southwest, southeast. I don't know how the fire started, but I'll tell you, it's somewhere in and around in Pacific Railroad there.
Really?
There's a railroad, the main line that comes up the west coast. Yeah, and there's a cement plant there. I think it's called Cal Portland Cement Plant. That's where they haul all their cement out.
Okay.
So the fire started in that general area, and I actually was on my way home from just doing some routine errands, and I saw the header, and then I pulled it up on my internet scanner and going northbound on I-5 and got behind 2 dozers and an engine cell.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know the detail, but I'd say the fire's probably around anywhere from 75 to 100 acres. So
Okay.
probably started in a very good area in that it burned away from the community of Mountain Gate. And probably one of the more challenging extended attack fires. And when I mean that term, people, you know, in CAL FIRE, that means something. Initial attack is, you know, you get a fire, they send the initial engines, crews, dozers, chiefs, water tenders, aircraft, and the fire is contained normally under 2 hours and mopped up. Extended attack is normally a fire that has the initial response, and then they add to it. In this case, they ordered strike teams and aircraft, and strike teams of crews, engines, and dozers, and the fire is probably not going to be contained till sometime tomorrow morning. Now, containment, they have a line around it, and they know that it's not going to come out of there. So the forward spread might be stopped. They might even have a hose lay around all of it, or part of it, or most of it. I don't know, because I specifically not in the command post, and they're not reporting it specifically. But of course, now the sun has gone down, so the RH will come up. The winds will die down. They've got a big night shift in there, and that's typical of CAL FIRE. They hit it fast and they hit it hard, real aggressively. So they'll be on it, and so the containment percentage will drastically go up probably for the morning briefing by 7.
Awesome.
So anyway, yeah. And so there was some, here we are now, 24 of July. Typically in Redding, California, manzanita, which is our we track our fuel moisture using that plant species. They did historically when I was on the job for many, many, many years. Normally goes critical in terms of fuel moisture droppage around the 3rd week in July.
And I must explain.
And it's not.
Sorry, I must explain what that plant is. It's evil and it'll scratch your car up. It's like a really seriously.
Oh, there's 2 kinds.
Really?
There's silver and green leaf manzanita, and it's
Okay.
a predominant mid-range brush of Northern California above Red Bluff. And you'll see it in the valley and the foothills. Manzanita is a very hardwood plant species. It normally, the foliage on it is kind of a beige looking, or not beige looking, but kind of a light lima bean looking silverleaf and greenleaf, and it goes all the way up into the higher elevations. And we have other kinds of brush here. We have ceanothus, toyon, oak brush, and then we have all the annual grasses. But this fire started right at the timber line. So where the timber starts, you're going northbound on I-5 out of Sacramento. You come to Redding, California, you're about 550 feet. You go about another 5 miles where this fire started, about 5 miles north of the Redding city limits, and you start seeing now trees turn from oak trees to digger pine, ponderosa pine, incense cedar, and you get into the gate of the mountains. Therefore, the community is called Mountain Gate on I-5 right before you hit Shasta Lake.
Okay.
So the fire burned in, mixed brush and initially some grass, mixed brush, and then got into the timber. It's mixed timber with, like I said, ponderosa pine, and digger pine, and a lot of, there's some dead wood in there, a lot of dead wood, and everything. And I think it's on the border. It's in the SRA, state responsibility of area of CAL FIRE, but it's in the mutual threat zone of the Shasta Tree National Forest, so they had a big response as well. And very hot, though. Still, I think it was 102, 103, 104 today. Once the aircraft got there, and the aircraft included initially 2 S-2 air tankers and a Type 1 helicopter that's on exclusive use contract. That means they specially attached just this season, like it was last season, at the Redding Airport. It's like on a 90-day contract, and it's a water-dropping Type 1 Sikorsky 64, has 2,400 gallons of water. And Shasta Lake, as the bird fly, was probably less than a half mile away. So it had all the water in the world. And that daisy chain, or going back and forth, helped. And the first hour there, I thought, okay, they're catching it. And then I think some spotting occurred, and the wind surfaced, and it got bigger. So that's what happens. And we're at that time now where the fuels are really starting to dry out. And flying brands are going to start spot fires, and the ground fires will get into the crowns. There's a lot of tree torching and that kind of thing, and then of course some slope influence because it was going uphill. So you had wind and slope and alignment. And every time you have wind and slope and alignment, those parallel. So if you have a southwest wind and you have a canyon or a drainage or a slope that runs southwest to north or southeast to northwest, and you get those parallel, then you're going to have some activity, especially if the fuel's ready to burn.
It's like a wind tunnel effect.
Yeah, it's what happens is the air channels through the drainage and goes up and out, and it channels the fire through that. And when they're aligned, then the fire behavior the flames are going to get longer, and the burning rate of spread will increase. You'll get torching of trees, spotting. Today they had spotting. You get RHs well under 15%. It probably was down to even 10. And it doesn't take a lot of wind to really spread a fire. I mean, if you look at some of the references out there in the Incident Response Pocket Guide, one of the telltale heads-ups are when you get winds 10 miles or more. And this was probably, a 10 mile an hour, maybe some gusts at 12 or 15 miles an hour. But fast, aggressive initial attack, they ordered heavily, and even got a VLAT in there before I left. So
Yeah, you were there today.
yeah, so I think the first extended attack fire, I think, in this unit this year. They've had a lot of initial attack fires. They've been catching them, 4, 5, 10, 15 acres, but this one probably be closer from 50 to 100. And it burned away from the town of Mountain.
Thank God.
It had a south wind taking it north, yeah. But there was a vac warning for the Bridge Bay Houseboat Resort. A lot of folks know where that's at, right on I-5. When you go by 5 and you cross Lake Shasta on that Bridge Bay there, and look to your left, your west, and see all those houseboats. That's the Bridge Bay Houseboat Resort Marina. So they gave them an evac warning, and that's kind of a precautionary thing, but I don't think it was going to make it there because the wind wasn't intense enough, and there's a lot of lake between like the marina buildings and resort restaurants and all that. But I think it wanted to give a heads up. So anyway.
Well, it looks like there's actually a mountain. We worried about it because there's, like mountaintops of thick forested vegetation stuff, and if it got directly, on the top, we were worried about the flying embers. How do you protect a giant, houseboat dock when it's raining embers all over it, right? So.
Well, it wasn't raining embers.
Oh, I mean, if that would happen.
Yeah, you would. If you would have had, for example, during the car. Some folks will remember during the car. By the way, yesterday was the 5th anniversary start date of the car.
Yesterday was.
Yesterday, yes, ma'am. So anyway, if you were to, in the case of the car when it started in the area of Oak Bottom on Highway 299, was intense winds with long flame lengths that radiated heat, spotted fire into dock and sailboat and boat marina and caught it on fire. I mean, actually the foam dock was made out of kind of a foam poly construction type and fiberboard.
Which dock was it?
Winds.
Sorry, which dock?
Which what?
Which dock was it? I'm sorry.
Oak Bottom on Highway 299 on Whiskeytown Lake.
Right. Okay.
Back during the car. So yeah, that's why the marina burned. I mean, the marina burned. The actual docks burned. The sailboats burned. That all burned. All burned up. Had to all be replaced.
Okay. So
in this case here, on the north bank of Shasta Lake, the fire would have came down too. But the houseboats are all on the opposite bank. So, and they're in the water and everything, and they're made out of aluminum, and they're pretty fire resistant and all.
Oh, good.
We've had fires when I was a young engineer and firefighter. We've had actually houseboat fires that have started on the docks, and the best thing the locals could do was cut the lines and push it out and let it burn out.
Oh dear.
Everything else. So yeah, if you look at a map of the area, yeah, there's a mountain range there. That's where the mountains begin for the Shasta Tree National Forest, and there's a mountain there. I think it's called Bear Mountain, and there's a ridge line that kind of runs southwest to northeast, and it was pushing hard against that. So you had slope, you had slope that ran south aspect with the southwest, southeast winds on it. So you're going to see more of that. Now we're into week 3 of July. We've been, getting baked post 102, 103 for the last 10 days, and it's going to continue. In fact, Reading will be at 111. Terrible here Saturday. I think 13 Saturday. It'll be 111 this Saturday. So what that does is that just basically bakes all the moisture out of live fuels.
Right.
And because the dead fuels are already there, but the live fuels, and then you put a little breeze on it. It's just like putting a kind of a slow fan hot comb in your face, and it just sucks the moisture out of all that live fuel, especially the brush. And like I said the other day when you talked to me, yes, we had 39 inches of rain in Reading, which is 6 inches more than our average rainfall. But remember, we had many, many, many years of drought, so you don't just recover from a drought in one winter. There are results, and then when you have a wild winter like we did, heavy snow, trees break, branches break, things fall down on the ground, and now they're out there drying head to the fuel bed. And so we'll see. This could be the calm before the storm, what we've experienced the last 6 to 8 weeks. We've had fires, grass, valley fires, so low activity in terms of acreage. If you look at nationally, it's been really mellow. In the Pacific Southwest, they've got fires, but if you look at you go to the National SIT report, National Situation Report, look at the total to date year, based on a 10-year average, we're way, way, way below our 10-year average in acreage. We've had a lot of fires, and they've been small, but not the amount of fires, but the amount of acreage compared to the past 10 years, and it tells you how bad the past 10 years were. So, that's where we're at now. So, any questions?
Oh, yeah, you covered a bunch of them, but that's one of the main things we were worried about is knowing that there's so much dead stuff everywhere, broken branches, some of them still hanging off the tree but dead.
Snow breakage. They call
Yeah.
it snow breakage.
Okay, yeah. In the steepness of this particular mountain, that it's hard to tell exactly where it is before they have a perimeter map. We were wondering just if how bad flying embers might be. It looks like they tried to put a rope retardant around it with the aircraft around the mountain top, and I was wondering, since the wind is going to shift tonight, and it's going to be coming out of the northwest with perhaps 18-mile-an-hour wind gusts, does anybody in Mountain Gate or anywhere south or southeast of there have to worry?
I don't think so. I'll tell you why.
Right.
There'll be kind of a normal diurnal wind, and there's calling for northwest. And what happens in this valley on a normal average day is that, in the summertime, slopes heat up and then it rises and goes up slope. And at night, the air cools and comes down gently. There's no gradient or foam wind coming. That would be a real problem. But initial attack engine companies started progressive hose lays on the flanks, and the head was too dangerous to put anybody in the head. The head was hit with air tankers and helicopters.
Right.
And dozers got in there really late, and the dozers started building line.
Right.
And so it probably won't be too much longer before they'll have a lot of line in tonight. Plus they had the crews coming in there. I saw some strike team crews.
Awesome.
And the initial attack guys did a pretty good job, but there were some challenges in that. And then that was some steep terrain in some places where you can't get the dozer, or you can't. It takes a long time to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hose in. So
right.
And water tenders to supply those in. So. But they got I think when I left, the staging area had 3 strike team Type 3 engines, so that would be 15 companies for today to help tonight. Incident commander's got to see where he's got to put them all, and he's got to come up with a plan where he wants to place them. So they were going to get placed. They were just holding and staging. That's what staging is, a temporary holding point. And then they also, when I left, I heard some chit-chat about the day shift plan for tomorrow. So they'll be mopping this thing up for the next 4 or 5 days, probably even longer, because it's in timber.
Yeah, without a whole lot of road access, so that can be pretty challenging.
Well, yeah, there is a road, and I'm trying to see what it's named here. I'm looking on maps here off of Wonderland Boulevard. Maybe I think it's called Ponderosa Road. I'm not sure. And the fire came off of there somewhere. So. They have access to it, but and I think the prominent mountain in that area, it's not, I don't think, fire, but it's called Bass Mountain. There's some reviews and stuff up there too. So, but if you look at it and you look at Google Earth, I can see the forest boundaries. So that a lot of this fire is probably on already the SHF. So
that is the train.
Zone.
That is the trains right away. Right?
That is what, ma'am?
That is the train, right? BHSF or?
No, SHF, Shasta Trinity National Forest.
Oh, that. Okay,
So,
I thought it was BSF, like the train transporting. Okay, excuse me.
It's the Union Pacific.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
If you look at your map, if you look at a map, probably that would have the capability of showing you a satellite. You can actually see the railroad spur going north, and then you see it stop. Well, that's going in a tunnel, and that goes in the tunnel all the way to the Bridge Bay Bridge. It goes underneath I-5 and then goes into the tunnel again. So
neat.
Yeah. So I don't know if that road is actually identified off Wonderland Boulevard, but but anyway, you can see it's pretty good density there of young growth timber, and that's where the timberline starts, and it stays timber all the way till you get to the Willamette Valley in Oregon, and you're in the mountains.
Right, and people don't know too much about unless they've ever traveled between Oregon and California, that going north here is also going up, not just like the rest, the Central Valley, where going east is going up. You know, going north is going up. You're climbing.
Yeah, once
Yeah.
you hit Red Bluff, California, you'll notice that in your vehicle you start climbing a little bit, and it's only several hundred feet from like Red Bluff to Redding is like maybe a 400-foot increase in elevation.
Mm-hmm.
But then once you get to Mountain Gate, you actually will pull like a 6% grade, and you'll get to Shasta Lake, and you'll be in the timberline, and gradually keeps going all the way to Dunsmuir, Mount Shasta, and then you're in Mount Shasta, and then take that all the way to Wairika, and then you hit the Ashland grade at the Oregon-California border, and you're up 4,800 foot elevation, and then you drop down into Ashland, into a valley,
Mm-hmm.
and then you travel on that all the way through Oregon till you hit the Willamette Valley. Look to the east, you got mountains, and look to the west, you got mountains. So
Right.
the Mountain Gate is given that name because it's actually the beginning of the mountains going north out of California.
I see.
You know?
Sounds logical.
Sounds up pretty. And there's a big plant there called Cal Portland Redding Cement Plant, and there's a railroad spur, and because that's how they get their cement in and out. And that fire started somewhere in that general area. I don't know how it started, what way. I'm not going to make any surmise of what happened, but somewhere in there. But it got a good run, and have a volunteer fire company in Mountain Gate responded, and have an engine company at right there out of Mountain Gate. Forest Service, I think, responded probably there initially, and then they had to bring resources in.
Yeah,
Hit it hard.
Yeah, before anybody blames a railroad, you got to remember how many people walk railroads as a sort of like a hobo trail, you know.
It
could be
I remember
anything.
when I was a young firefighter, the railroads we had all kinds of problems. We had fires in those areas all the time because they didn't do a good job with having non-combustible. Well, they had steel brakes back then. Now they have a brake that when they break, it doesn't cause as many sparks and such. And that was a big change. Change the kind of brake pads or brake shoes.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm sure they're doing pretty hot and heavy right now.
Right.
But anyway, it was good to see good success on this. But like I said, probably this marks the first good extended attack fire activity in Shasta Trinity this year. They've had a couple others that had potential, but this one here, like I said, you get ignition at the right time of day and the right conditions on the right aspect with the right wind, and you're going to have some activity. It's going to be more challenging.
Right, and I was just thinking, thank God, I was telling people, thank God it was a south wind today and it went towards the lake. I mean, we were having fawn fire.
Well, thank God, yeah. Thank God it wasn't a north wind. Thank God, it was near a water source. You got the Shasta Lake right there, so when you get a water dropping helicopter that depends on a water source, it's kind of like a bucket brigade where you have the big trough right next to your shed that's on fire, so you can get as many buckets as you can quickly and put the fire out, and rather than traveling 100 yards with your bucket. Well, the aircraft can just go into the lake, dip, or go in the lake and suction, and then fill quick, and then dump, and then come back, and boom, 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 and makes it real efficient.
Yeah, we saw a really impressive, railroad show, kind of like, if you think about a rail car, it's got car after car after car. They were moving really efficiently, like a well-oiled machine of moving planes in there and back to back to back. That was really nice to see.
Right. And you're talking tonight to an ex-heliTAC captain, and I'm a firm believer that helicopters, or even and helitankers especially, which are large water-dropping helicopters, are very efficient, dollar for dollar, very efficient. Specifically hit. They're very, they don't need to go back to a base and reload. I mean, air tankers have their place, especially they're very effective in initial attack. And they brought one up from McClellan, a VLAT today. It dropped. Well, I tell you, it did its thing. And, that's a big impact, but I'm very prone. I remember a young chief officer tell me, anytime you go to a fire, you're first into that fire, wildland fire, and you cross a body of water, that's God's way of telling you water helicopters, because you got a water source right there, and now everybody's got these suction lines where they suction those into their fixed tanks, but there's still a lot of a lot of bucket work too that's out there with or bucket aircraft. And boom, you've got your water there as long as you have the aircraft. And they brought them in. They had one from out of Houston, the Fed ship, and they had one out of Beaver, Cal Fire, Minot, Cal Fire. And Reading Airport has a exclusive use big Type 1 Sikorsky 64 helitanker, and it was right on. So.
Yeah, I made the bold claim today, a prediction about the future. I equated some of these fires to like a video game where you have a dragon boss, and because I'm a gamer, I have to talk. I have to talk to my generation, right? I'm not kidding that. So, the group enters the dungeon boss, and it's a dragon. And at first, all of your attacks are not doing too hot. It's got all of its full strength. It tail whips you one time, half your health is gone. You wonder how's this going to be. And then you realize that after a time, it spends all of its energy. And you can think about it nighttime for a fire. That's when it pants and it doesn't move. And then you're supposed to go in and do all your attacks and just survive the other time. But when it's panting and resting, like fires oftentimes are weaker at night due to a variety of factors, that's when you can do the most good. And yet that's when all the aircraft go home.
In general, now what we saw, what you just showed on your show or on your platform there, why did the Dixie Fire burn as actively as it did during the day? Well, that's because all the weather factors were the same at night as they were. So there was there was no moisture in the air. There was wind. There's fuel. I mean, just because it's dark doesn't mean it can't burn just as good. You say, well,
True.
It's cooler. Yeah, well, the air temperature is cooler, but the fuel's dry. The humidity's low, and the wind is blowing like all get out. You're going to have high rates of spread.
Right, and that's not going to be. It's true. It's not going to.
Right.
I want to just clarify. It's not going to be true for everything, and because the Feather River Canyon is one of the world's worst places to have a fire. It's like the ninth circle of Dante's Hell, but for geography. But like for many fires, when they're resting at night, if we could take back-to-back attacks just like we did during the day, then we can really hugely cut down on the amount of fires that ever reach a large status. And I wanted to get your opinion on that. Like with nighttime helicopter stuff, nighttime pilot stuff. If we could see in the dark.
Well, I have two on that. I mean, I'm all for night vision capability, having that. But you have to look at risk versus gain. It's very dangerous at night, especially up in Northern California, where you have a lot of PG power lines crossing canyons. You might have something that's not on a map that maybe some local did. So when you fly, you need to fly, especially trying to save homes and save lives. And I had the night vision capability down on the Creek Fire. And in Fresno, it was significant. The guard came in there, and they had night vision capability, did all the physical rescues, all the people trapped and all. So yeah, the thing is hitting it hard fast, and then hitting it hard through the night. Because at night, normally, at least in this area, in this Northern California, Northern Sacramento Valley area, in general, I'm saying in general, have a gradient phone wind. The winds will come down canyon, and they'll be gentle, and the humidity goes up, and they'll get a whole lot of recovery, especially during a high-pressure bowl like we're under right now. And the temperatures come down, and so you run those engine companies and those crews and those dozers are hitting it hot and heavy all through the night, and they'll be tuckered in the morning, but then the fresh day shift will come on and finish up. Now, if you have any kind of wind coming on the early morning, then you have a real challenge, and you got to ramp up for that. So they'll do what they call a spot forecast. Are you familiar with that?
No, actually, what's that?
Well, a spot forecast, you'll hear sometimes on the radio, some of your folks might hear this. Incident commander request or order or ask for a spot forecast.
Oh, yeah, a quick
so
forecast.
With the Reading Fire Weather Office, for example, the Reading Fire Weather Office, a fire weather office staffed by meteorologists. It's not the NWS. It's actually funded by the fire service, fed and state and local, yes, and everybody. They actually will take weather measurements that somebody will take out in the field, right at the fire ground. And then they'll take that information, and then they'll take their forecast based on their data on the computers, and they'll give you a specific weather forecast for that particular piece of earth on the next 12 hours or whatever you need. And it's a spot for us exactly what will the wind carry, exactly what will the temperature be, exactly what will the RH, as exact as it can.
Oh yeah.
Spot forecast.
Okay, I didn't know what that was called.
So that
Sorry.
That IC is probably already called for. Land Center doesn't want to look it up, so he has his data and it's his tactic, his strategy, and based on that forecast. And so, let's say for some reason this fire, you're going to have 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts and sustained winds of 25 to 30 out of the north, and by 0600 tomorrow. Well, they're going to ramp up for that because if it gets out, it would head right toward the mountain. So they really, really go heavy tonight and order very heavily for tomorrow. And it's bringing them all over. That wind surfaces, that fire is going to come alive, stick up, and run hard.
Right. I must, for anybody who just tuned in, don't panic. This is theoretical. Right.
Yeah, so that's theoretical. But the fire is not. The fire is, burning away from the community. There's not really any structures I know of.
Right.
But, I mean, there's structures that are in the area south of it. But in Bridge Bay Arena was, I think, under some type of just, standby to standby warning, but not back, must go kind of thing. So, cautionary thing. So,
right.
And, every hour it gets better because more resources come in and more hose gets laid, more hose line gets built, more hand line gets built. So, we'll see what happens. The detail. They'll have somebody probably walk that thing tonight with a GPS.
Really?
And they'll probably also have, an OES will fly their, it's like a floor plane, but they got another, but they have a plane they'll fly up tonight, and they'll fly the exact perimeter and get a GPS detail of the map, and the map outline and the exact acreage.
FIRIS, Ferris, or FireEyes, or is that what it's called?
Yeah, first, yeah. Yeah, that's I think OES manages that, but I think it's funded from Wildfire and other agencies.
Yeah.
He'll probably be up there tonight.
Yeah, that's what I imagine. I'm going to put the heat map back on there for the viewers to see. I pretty much showed the map according to what you were describing throughout your conversation, so people got a little bit of a visual aid. Now, that's great. I now know what it's called, a spot fire forecast, because when you first say that word, I was thinking forecast for whether or not spot fires will occur. It just means quick for us.
A spot, in other words,
on the spot.
Is synonymous with this fire location. You want an exact weather forecast for this exact
pinpoint
fire located. Right, it's a detailed map for that specific area.
Great.
And they try to do a good job at that because they pull the data. They've got all the computers. They pull the data in the office, but they need to have current weather conditions on site. So someone has to field observer type normally. Okay, this is what the wind's doing, it's temperature, it's humidity. This is the aspect I'm standing on taking this, and then take that data and add what is forecasted based on, ISO bars and pressure systems, and they've already got a general forecast, but they do the specific for that spot on Earth, for that fire on Earth, where it's at, whether it's 5 acres or 500 acres or whatever. So when you go to a major fire and you get a briefing from the fire behavior analyst and the meteorologist, they'll tell you, let's say the fire's 25,000 acres, they'll tell you what the weather conditions are going to be on Division A, but it can be really totally different over on Division Zulu, which is way across on the other side of the fire based on, where you're at. That happened in Santa Clara one time to me, and, we were, water dripping off the tree leaves. We were under the fog bank of the marine influence, and the other part of the fire was burning actively because they weren't under the marine influence. So, you got to know what the weather's going to do where you're at. The standard firefighting orders is to be familiar with current and expected weather. Know your weather, what it's going to do and what it's going to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the Dixie got so enormous. There was 50 actual miles from where the crow flies at Old Station versus down by where it originated. So,
Right. So
yeah.
that's why you got to keep informed on current weather forecasts and conditions. I mean, you got a good firefighter. I don't care if you work in downtown Los Angeles City or you work in Doris, California. A good firefighter, whether career, volunteer, federal, state, local, tribal, better become a student of weather, especially fire weather, because it's going to impact how your life is going to be lived on the job, and it could save your life. You know.
Right. I was explaining the other night when the Golden blew up and it actually somehow pushed a pyrocumulus. That was pretty astonishing.
Got the one in Klamath Falls?
Yeah, K Falls. Yeah.
How's that doing?
We were about to examine that, actually. It's doing great on the southwest portion because it's pretty scrubby and like flatland, kind of grassy kind of stuff. But it's the northeast section bothers me a little bit. That's pushing into the mountains and, the trees. So it's going to keep going for a bit. But what's great is now I know what that forecast is called. What I told people about is that forecast is critical. The weatherman is so critical to keeping the crew safe when that thing's going to collapse, the pyrocumulus cloud. So can you describe what happens when it collapses a little bit?
Well, pyrocumulus forms a cauliflower-looking cloud. Got a lot of upward movement, got a lot of vertical movement of air, up and down, like a T-storm, okay? Like a T-storm, thunderstorm.
All right.
That's why sometimes you get lightning out of them. And then they rise up to a certain elevation, 1,000 feet, and they collapse. And it's kind of like, how many have ever been to a big sports event and they open up a net and all these balloons drop down in the center of the basketball court and spread out 360 degrees, called outflow winds. And that collapses, and it can create these outflow winds. Occurred during the Granite Mountain fatalities and below 360 degrees and caused a lot of fire behavior, erratic fire behavior.
All right, so that Granite Mountain, just so people know, is where we lost smoke jumpers, correct? Or is it just hot shots? I can't.
No, it was a hot shot crew from the community of Newell that occurred in 2013. 19 hot shots.
And they
had the 20th member was a lookout. They'd been, did a documentary, and it was a Hollywood production. I think called Those Heroes or Those Heroes. Tell you about it. I haven't seen it. That movie.
Yes.
On Netflix.
Sadly, we lost so many that there's multiple documentaries to find because of multiple incidences, and that's too many. That's why I keep telling people that roadless wilderness is a mistake. You can't evacuate somebody in time. Then you can't really fight there, right?
By the way, how challenging. How familiar are you with LRAD?
LRAD. The radar thing with the giant dish thing on top of its. It's a plane with a radar dish on its head, right?
It's a public siren with audible instructions for people. So when you have no cell phone, no power, you're sleeping.
Okay.
And it's very similar to what America did during the Cold War with the Russians were coming sirens, or called the air raid sirens or Cold War sirens. I guess there's a community, Mill Valley, city of Mill Valley, California, put them in. It's very. I looked into it this week. I have a friend of mine that's a strong proponent of that because they still not have addressed this.
Oh yeah. It was so frustrating with what came with the Golden Fire is they were extremely late on getting an evacuation map out. I had to search Twitter, then Facebook, then Klamath County's. We went on a wild goose chase looking for where it was, and it just turned out it was extremely late getting out there at all. And so if you think about, and also then they did a mistake with the reverse 911 and the cell phone things. They told the entire state of Oregon at one point to evacuate, and then, whoops, that was just for Klamath County. So
Right.
it is troubled, so I'm right on board with that. You know, I was in Dunsmuir one night and I was eating I think I was trying to enjoy a milkshake at that diner, and then all of a sudden I walked outside and I almost dropped it and spilled it all over myself because air raid sirens went out, and I went, "Oh God, the Japanese are coming!" And
Yeah.
and I went
So
back and
Elred-
yeah, that'll
Right.
wake you up. And you know, people in Paradise slept through the fire that were in weird little pockets who had hearing aids, and they didn't have their hearing aids in. And then news crews came in and alerted them that there was a fire. Really elderly people. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
totally on board.
Long range acoustical device. That's the acronym LRAD. Long range
Ah,
acoustical device. They're used for diffusing crowd control for riots. They use it for other
Ooh.
things. Law enforcement does, but you know, the city of Mill Valley just put them in, and there's another community in Arizona, and I'm a kind of a very strong supporter in something like this because
Yeah.
I talked to too many victims on the campfire that said, hey, I was laying in my bed, we had no power, I had no cell phone cable, no radio. How am I going to be notified? Nobody notified me. I found out the hard way, and the hard way was seeing the glow and the impingement of fire on their property, and they grabbed what they could. In one case, I'll never forget, an elderly lady in her 80s grabbed her dog, grabbed her purse, ran out of her house, down the road, looked back at her house, saw it catch fire, and saw two headlights in the red light bar, and it was a Wildfire incident up to a safe refuge area. That's how her life was saved
wow.
that night.
Yeah, same thing
85
with.
of her neighbors died.
Yeah, and that's the same thing the year before that people forget about Bangor and Loma Rica. The fire, just like at Paradise a year later, almost the same place. It chews through the power lines, and well, in fact, it was the power lines going down, but then it hits the cell phone towers and the phone lines, and there's no reverse 911. That would have saved so many people there, too. So the fire bell and the town.
Reverse 911 will work great. Have a telephone line that's not burned up, and you have a landline telephone, but what happened during Santa Rosa and Tubbs and Atlas and all those, you talk to the incident command team. I talked to the incident commander on the Tubbs, and managing that incident in the first couple hours was extremely difficult because nobody had cell phone capability. Learn to live with cell phones as a part of the way we communicate for daily life. When it goes away, have it, are lost.
Absolutely.
Because we're highly dependent. We're highly dependent on. I mean, we're highly dependent on the internet. We're highly dependent on, a lot of things now. But I'm very supportive of LRAD. I think it really be looked into for
Right.
not just wildland fires, but they had a hazmat. It had active shooters. You had in the beach area, you had tsunamis, tsunami threat, earthquakes, et cetera, because it can alert and it can inform.
Right, and I am a strong proponent of mandatory sirens at our sewage treatment plants. You know why?
At what plants?
Sewage treatment for the neighborhood. You know why?
Because of the potential hazmat?
Yeah, the massive chlorine storage. Should those tanks leak out and it fills the area, chlorine gas was a chemical weapon of World War I. Anybody without a gas mask that doesn't leave immediately is dead.
Well, in water treatment plants, I was a hazmat specialist when I was on the job.
Right.
They all have alarms inside their buildings when heavily.
For them.
And,
right.
Yes, they do. And so if you go to a water treatment plant for the city of Redding, they will have an automated alarm system, both an audible alarm, a visual alarm, and a transmitted alarm when they have a detection of chlorine gas.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, the way mine does.
What's really crazy in California is, and people don't know this, but I had an incident, is you would think that, the PG&E, the gas lines would have, every so 100 feet, they would have a street valve that they could shut stuff off. They don't. They actually have to dig down to the pipe, it's a poly pipe, and crimp it and plug it, stop the flow sometimes because it's the way they engineered their gas system.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Oh, that's partying like it's 1899. Wow.
Anyway, so fire season is definitely here now. They're starting to get everybody's getting a little bit more activity is getting our getting a bit or a little bit more challenging. So here we are, 24th day into July. May and June, Shasta Trinity, pretty mild at fires. Before Memorial Day, not too many, and of course then the holiday started, and vacationing starts happening, get out of school, and fires start picking up, but not the intensity in the last 4 or 5 years. Had not many days of rain, or excuse me, of wind, but so the ducks are lining up for real potential fire activity days. See what happens.
Right. Hold on to your
in the next
butts.
30 days.
So, we have 2 things in chat right now. We've got a lot of people expressing gratitude for your knowledge. You're very soothing and so knowledgeable. Everybody's just in awe in the chat, pretty much. And so thank you for your service and your advice to us now. And we also have questions.
Well, yeah, I worked as a PIO for many years, and then I teach, so I teach people all the way from the novice to some of the officer level people and all. So educating the public's important, and that's important. A good important now that people go to for information. So nobody's an expert. I'm not an expert. I just try to share what I learned, right and wrong, good and bad. But one way where a fire is probably going to really, really be active is when you pull up the California map, and anybody can do this in California because you can do it in any state, but for example, our state is you can pull up what they call the California fire weather map, and every day the National Weather Service will denote by a red shading where a red flag warning has been issued. Now remember, red flags, warnings, and the watches are just like hurricane watches or flood watches or warnings. A watch means that the conditions, in this case red flag, which means critical fire weather, hot, dry, and windy, is probably going to occur in the next 48 to 72 hours. That's a watch. So that's a fire service heads up, a public heads up. A warning is it's in effect.
It's happening.
It's happening now. Right. So if you pull up the California fire weather page, which people go California fire weather page, and they can click on it and add it to their home screen and have it like a regular icon. If you get a fire in that area, there's a high potential that it's going to be rapid rate of spread fire. So, for example, let's say...
Oh, sorry. Can I pause you real quick? I'm trying to show it on stream, but I don't know which one it is. I'm looking at several. Is it NOAA? Is it weather.gov? Or is it GACC? National Interagency Fire Center. The one with the ugly 80s map? Significant fire potential. It looks like it was made in the 80s.
Okay, it is. It's a National Weather Service page, California Fire Weather.
Okay.
You go to weather.gov.
Check chat. Okay, sorry, everybody's got my back. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go.
And if you look at it, you'll look at it. It's got the West Coast there. For example, right now, Idaho, you've got Idaho Falls is all under red flag. The southwest corner of Idaho is under red flag. The very north central part of Nevada is going to be under red flag conditions. There's nothing really in California, and there hasn't been, I don't think, this year at all yet. Now, remember that the National Weather Service is the only governmental official entity that can declare watches and warnings. I mean, the Weather Channel and all that, everybody gets, access, WeatherBug, all these, weather programs out there and weather apps all get their information basically from the National Weather Service. But the National Weather Service is the only authorized agency that declares watches and warnings. And they don't just wake up one day and say, we haven't done a fire watch or a fire warning long, let's do one today. No, it has to meet certain criteria. That means it has to be a certain temperature, a certain amount of wind speed sustained for a certain amount of hours under certain dryness, certain amount of low relative humidity. For example, we've had last 2 evenings here some west winds show up with some pretty good gusts, but they only lasted for an hour or two. If it was going to last 6 or 8 hours, it probably would be red flag criteria. So when you see that red flag criteria and you get an ignition, whether it's a structure fire, a car fire, kids playing with matches, any kind of ignition source, somebody mowing the lawn late afternoon, hitting the rock, dry grass, somebody parking their car off to a dry grass area, somebody barbecuing or an arsonist working, you get fire on the ground, it has a potential for rapid rates of spread.
Right, and you know, sorry?
Doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to catch it when the fire protection system in that community responds, but it means that if you're under red flag, that's why you'll find it what the fire agencies will do. For example, CAL FIRES, they will upstaff. They will hold people on duty. They'll staff reserve engines. They'll staff extra crews and dozers. They'll hold more people on the command center. They'll staff up maybe air tankers earlier. They'll get ready. It's kind of like, there's going to be a big storm. It's going to rain. PG&E and utility companies are going to get ready for power outages. So they bring extra people on. They do a pullback. They hold people on duty. They get ready.
Right.
And boy, back in 2018 and 2019, 2020, 2021, 2020 especially, 2018, there were a lot of red flag days.
Right. Yeah.
And I haven't seen one yet. I think there was one at the Modoc here yesterday, the day before. So.
Yeah, that's El Nino for you. It's mostly Oregon, Washington, and Canada in the summer pattern that has the severe, hotter and drier than normal kind of a year. So but California's coming. It's delayed. It doesn't mean you won't have a lot.
Right.
So So I don't think we have any. Sorry.
And remember, just to, for your listeners, most large damaging fires, we're talking about ones that take out I-zone, that take out structure, take out homes.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those I-zone fires all have three things in common: hot, dry winds, and it's hot, it's dry, and it's windy. If it's a real passive day with no wind and low temperature, the humidity's high, you get a fire, even in dry vegetation, it can be easily contained, but it can't be contained when you got 30-mile-an-hour sustained winds with 60-mile-an-hour gusts, like Santa Ana's, and the humidity is 4%. And the temperature might be 75 or 80. And another factor, Predictive Services does this, is what is your drawdown like? Normally have the resources you normally have in your community, or half of them gone helping on a fire down the road 200 miles, and that's another big deal. Or another big challenge to the fire services when a lightning bust comes in, and you get not just 3 or 4 or 5 fires, but you might get 40, 50, 60, 70 fires, or like the fall of '87, you had 800 fires at ignite in one weekend, siege of '87. So those are, and that's, keep an eye on the monsoons. Hopefully they won't show up here, but they could come up from the southwest here in the next month or two and cause havoc. We just don't know yet.
Yeah, August is like the lightning month of California. And I'm sorry, we've already run over our time. I was supposed to be in bed about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, well,
but,
you better get tonight.
Yeah, we are so grateful to have you. And I don't see any direct questions for you, just a whole lot of admiration, too. And so we're so glad that you're there to consult, because you take away so much anxiety, especially for Shasta County, because it's so hard to look at
most
this.
Most of the people, like in that community there, have been through so much fire. The ones that have lived there for at least 10 years, they've been through a lot, and so they're conscientious. A lot of folks now, they have scanners, they keep the internet close by, and they're conscientious. I've seen a lot more aggressive behavior on homeowners maintaining defensible space around their homes now, very conscientious. And, I do a lot of biking in the rural areas, and I just see a lot more people, really maintaining their property a lot better than 10 years ago, I'd say.
Well, that's awesome. That means it's working, public education works. So, like I said, sorry, I just wanted to mention that the saddest thing that was about this, this Newell road fire that was up there in Klickitat County is that they got so close to 99%, stopping the forward progress of that somewhat small but fast-moving, wheat field fire, that they ran out of water, and then they just didn't have enough tenders. And then part of the problem is those who wanted to come assist those, they had to stay in cell phone service areas because if they would lose complete communication with the crackly radios that they had. So there's something about sirens in some situations like Dunsmuir you could actually alert a crew that lost radio contact, and just like the bang 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 at with the three
Right.
horn blasts of a fire truck means get out of the building, that kind of situation. So I'm totally right there with you
Well,
with that.
yeah, one of the watch-out situations in wildland firefighting is a watch-out situation. No communication between you, your joining forces, your crew, your supervisor, and you have no communication link. Once the ability to talk and receive, once the ability to transmit, heard, and receive and hear information, once that communication link is broken, either because battery went dead, on the wrong frequency, or we can't transmit out, then you're vulnerable because nobody can warn you, and you can't warn anybody else when there's danger approaching or something happens. I mean, if you had, for example, somebody on your crew get injured and you couldn't get out and transmit that you had someone that took a chainsaw to one of their arteries in their leg, or somebody had a heart attack, or an engine had an accident. If the fire behavior was shifting and moving from now point A to point B, and if everybody's not on the right frequency and the right channel and they can't hear each other, and there's no communication link between you, your supervisors, and your joining forces, then you're vulnerable for being in big danger. It's called a watch out situation, or heads up, or pucker up, or listen up, or be aware, so they call that interoperability as far as communication. That really got addressed in California a number of years ago, and most of the time now with technology now, most local, state, federal, and tribal firefighting resources all have one another's frequencies, at least locally in a general area. And then when you get a major fire, and you are a firefighter in Siskiyou County, and you go to a firefighter in San Diego County, and you don't have the frequencies, you go in incident base, and they clone your radio. Your radios are all programmable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I started back in the 70s, man, they didn't none of that. It just didn't exist.
Yeah, we need communications tech is the first thing that we need. But then that's a conversation for another day. We were spot on. If they had communicated, I don't think this would have been more than a 300-acre fire, and now it's gigantic. And fire in the gorge is another seventh circle of hell place to have a fire. So thank you so much for your time, JB. I don't think I'll be around tomorrow. I might be. It's unlikely. But I'm really praying for Shasta County, Klickitat County, just Klamath County.
Are you showing footage right now? Is that the Wonderland fire you're showing right now?
There's a 20-second
like
delay. I'm on a national 7-day significant fire potential predictive services map currently.
Well, before that, you must have showed a clip of the Wonderland, I think.
Oh, yeah. We've been checking the cams and doing the because they're live. I mean, we've got a nice, clear image right now of so many of these with our time lapses. So we're seeing the infrared, the fire at night.
Right.
Stuff,
and your listeners all are familiar with Watch Duty's app, the app that they can get Watch Duty.
Oh yeah,
when you get Watch Duty, remember that you can program it to give you automatic notifications. So you can be sitting at your your neighbor's house having coffee in the afternoon, and your phone will beep and it'll tell you about a fire that's taken off, maybe 5 miles from your house.
Right. And JB,
in the good old days, most of us as firefighters, we had pocket scanners or handheld scanners. And now everything's done with, cell phone capability and everything like that. But basically radios or scanners are still a good way to get the jump on stuff. But, and that's when you actually get the most live information. And then the cams now are excellent because they don't lie.
Right.
Cal Fire, the Forest Service, or the local fire department is saying, well, the fire's only this big and it's really not doing much. And you're looking at it live, and that's because the guy that's telling you doesn't have that information yet. That happened on Caldor all the time, if you remember.
Right.
And so, and now when you've got these folks like you had on Caldor, if you remember, there was some folks out there live streaming on Facebook. Remember?
Oh yeah, awesome people like Sarah Luna, and were showing the truth. Yeah.
Right. And those folks, that business or that element of social media is growing rapidly.
Yeah,
and some of them are retired firemen. Some of them are, very well knowledgeable about wildland fire behavior, and they have media passes and they get behind lines. And and they can show you right there, this is what the fire is doing, and this is where it's at on 44th Avenue or, Smith Road or whatever they're at.
Right.
And you can see it right in front of you.
Right.
Watch duty, though. Watch duty is really good. I like it. A lot of us like it.
Oh yeah, a lot of things that I called for in an app they implemented. I can't be happier. I don't know if they actually listened to me or if they were just that smart, but and because I was calling for the things that firefighters want and need as well as the public. But I have a huge warning, and you need to spread the word too, JB, to everybody that you know who's reliant on their phone for any sort of emergency update. There is, especially on Android. I don't know how iPhones work, but on Android, by default now on the newer phones, there's this evil button. You have to go into settings and apps, find Watch Duty, find FEMA, find your emergency built-in app on your phone, uncheck, remove permissions, and free up space. This evil button, it's default there on every phone, and what it does...
That's why, you see, here's the deal.
It mutes.
An LRAD system is no respecter of technology. It's no or people's technology. It's no respecter of people's ability to have a. My mother's 92 years old, lives in assisted living. None of those ladies know how to use an iPhone. But let's say they were living by themselves in a mobile home park, i.e., Paradise. That whole mobile home park had burned up. I forget the name of it. They were all seniors, and most of them, they know how to listen to a radio or watch TV, but they're sleeping at night, and like they should be. Mm-hmm. And so, I think in America, in its current technology days, we can have a system where we can warn people of an emergency, not just a wildland fire, that may be much more efficient and not dependent on somebody having on or a radio on or their phone on. Reverse 911 works great if the phone lines are intact and you're home and you can receive the 911 return. But
right.
How many Americans in California, how many Californians now, or people in general in America, have a landline? A lot of people don't. They just have cell phones. They don't even have a landline.
Well, you know what? There's a law that was passed that all cell phones need to be able to call 911 regardless of if you paid your bill. And they should pass a law that if you should hook up landlines, and even if only reverse 911 is the only thing you can do in calling 911, that's always available. Maybe that would help. But everybody needs to uncheck this evil button, because if this button, remove permissions and free up space, is not unchecked, if you fail to use your app, then what it does is it silently mutes all notifications, shuts it down from working, and you will never even know any emergency info. And usually the stupid button comes back on every time you've had a phone update. So check it and spread the word, because this may have already killed people.
Right, and there's another program here in Shasta County where you actually have to have like a device, like a pager, and have it with you all the time that will notify you of an emergency notification. You have to have it with you. You have to have possession of it. It's like a little pager. I forget the system.
That sounds awesome for people who have a flip phone, but we'll talk about that next time. I'm so sorry, I've got to go. I have.
All right, take care.
Thank you so much, JB. You're awesome, and we'll talk to you next time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, friends, I'm sorry. I've got to end the stream immediately because it's past my bedtime already. It's time for me to just sleep. So I hope you guys got something out of this. I'm sure we really did. I mean, that was amazing. I'm talking about my earlier, quick rundown of the fires we did. The basic roundup, and I hope you got something out of that. And of course, man, every time JB talks, oh man, I'm glad we're recording it. Otherwise, I'd be taking furious notes, right? So thank you so much for being here, mods. Thank you. I've got so much stuff to do tomorrow that don't expect me until late evening, and possibly I might just be so tired I might just, There's not only furniture to move, but a whole bunch of other tasks. And I've got to talk to C-Probe right now and see him off. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And I'm just going to pray for these counties. It's not the best weather. It's not the worst weather. So just everybody stay safe. Thank you so much for being here. All the donators, you're just wonderful. The people sharing information, you're wonderful. People sharing the stream and doing stuff like telling Twitter I'm live when I totally forget. Your angels, thank you. And more of this labor will mean that I can set up for a much better high quality stream. I mean, doesn't my Does my voice sound better right now? Well, we've got even better upgrades coming, but stay tuned, right? Thank you so much, guys. Good night. Good luck.